Evening, evening all. We're here at the Rumscom, and I am just waiting to connect up to Keld. Should be coming through in a sec. And we'll get started.
It says
Aha!
from the screen, the starting soon screen. But
There.
what's happening, Dr. Gorilla?
Yeah. Okay, all good. Can you hear me there, Keld?
I feel like it's a little too heavy here in the hub. It's peaceful.
Capture card, turn down that. Okay. Brilliant.
Dr. Gorilla says, "How's that writing going?" Ask. Want to do a call this weekend about A5, Dr. Gorilla?
Keld, am I coming through to you?
Maybe we can get some folks on a call, make some plans.
Oh, I think Keld can't hear me yet. He's on his standby screen. Let's see if he manages to get that through.
Thank you, Falco Rich.
And we'll see if he comes through.
I already had a nice date on Tuesday with Mrs. Bjones.
I'm adjusting his volume, don't worry.
I guess. Oh, girls.
He had some audio trouble earlier.
Oh, hey.
Keld?
There I am. I'm real. Claire's asking if you can hear her. I cannot. I'm seeing no blippity blip in the Discord.
No blippity blip?
Oh, there's the blippity blip, but I don't hear.
Okay.
And I bet I do now.
Can you hear me now, Keld?
Now I can. That was all me.
There we
All
go.
me.
Evening, evening.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm good, and yourself? I've broken out the rum. I've got my official little notebook thing here. All sorted.
Being 2 p.m. here, I'm withholding the bourbon.
Well, it's always 5 p.m. somewhere.
This is true. This is true.
Mm-hmm. So, where do we want to start tonight? At the end or the beginning?
Great question. I started at the end on Tuesday, and then I was admonished because Pig Detective was in 1. So I've done it from the beginning. I've not gone from the end. If you'd like to reverse it.
I think let's go from the end, because if we go from the end, I know that Hall 1 has some of our stronger contenders.
Sounds great. Yeah.
So
Hall 1 seemed to have a lot of the trailer.
Yeah. Hall 1, I think, had a lot of the stuff that came through early.
Well, to Hall 43 we go.
To
I'm
Hall
watching your stream instead of mine right now.
Okay, yeah, no, I've got a whole bunch of stuff up on my screen, so let's see if I can get... Oh, no, I can get you up there. Yeah, there we go. Hold on, let's see if I can get my chat up with your chat, and then I can do a bit of monitory. There we go. Okay, cool. Can see both. Ignore the latency. So Hall 43, one of our emptier halls. Anything? Yeah. Anything here you want to call out?
I think Piece of Craft's presentation
Yeah.
is really good because of how much it... Well, I mean, it's the only one I can think of offhand that actually taught me something about dreams. Like, it tells you, you know, here, I use these 3 sculpts, look at these animations.
Logo's strong. He has a bit of text. He has a bit of readability problems from a distance. But his centerpiece is super strong with the rotating dinosaur. Like, it immediately catches your eye.
Yeah, that'll draw you in.
Yeah, the high contrast text, though, bit of a problem. I'm seeing this problem on a lot of the booths where they do the display fonts and the high contrast text, and they're quite hard to read.
Yeah, his logo looks so good up close too, but when you back away, there's this little... I wonder what it's... I thought it was a sculpt. Oh, it probably is. I think that's just sculpts being sculpts. I just had to pull up the...
Pull up the
name of the awards.
Yes. So, I mean,
5 categories.
there's nothing here I want to like specially recognize. I think the temple one definitely deserves its booth wrapping's really good. It's very eye-catching.
Yeah, that'll get you to walk over.
Yeah. Though these booths have a harder job to do because they don't have neighbors. They feel a bit empty. But no interaction. Should we go on to the next hall?
Let's do it.
Because guys, if we're rushing a little bit, it's because there are 43 halls.
Did I just go back to the hub? Oh, I did.
Oh god, I think I did the same thing.
I also have looked around to find you more than once. That's already happened.
There we go. What do you mean? I'm standing right next to you.
It's a little embarrassing that we wore the same outfit.
I know.
Did I do it twice? Oh my goodness.
Wait. Okay, is hall 43 bugged? Okay. There we go. There we go. All good. Okay.
Hyperdude posted a multi-stream link.
Yes, the multi-stream link works quite well. The problem is I find watching both... I have a whole setup on my screen for watching bit rates and crud. So apologies. But the multi-stream link does work rather well.
Gizmo, Kamau is a dev at MM. Is it called the server team, or what do you call?
Server and tools team. Yeah.
Server and tools team. And this is the second convention I've been to with Kamau. How about that?
Yeah. TwitchCon San Diego last year. Yeah. Yeah, no. But this is very much my personal stream. I'm off time. I'm drinking alcohol. All that jazz. I have to say, the booth here that immediately catches me, and is one of my favorites, is the Touch Me booth. It is just immediately eye-catching. Immediately eye-catching.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about booths today, but the demo for it was so enjoyable.
It is. Now, I don't know if the author has identified himself for the booth, because I know who made it, but I'm not seeing...
I heard it was someone at MM, but I didn't hear a name.
Yeah, I don't know if he's identified... But yeah, it's so lovely. It's eye-catching, the iconography is really great. Like... On this floor, I think it's definitely the most eye-catching one.
Yeah, and it does a lot with a little. I mean, there's the one model in there, over and over, and it's amazing.
Yeah, no.
Still fish too. Speaking of MM devs, I really loved any of them. They just had a presentation that made it feel like it just made it feel grounded and.
Yeah,
I
I wish, given some of the more abstract stuff that Bogdan has done, I wish he had gone a bit more crazy with his presentation. It's just a bit...
I heard it's running really slow because of the frame rate thing. He also...
Yeah.
I don't have to feel bad because he also didn't turn on ignore frame rate.
Yeah. No, it's... I think a lot of people... It's a learning experience. But those are the two booths that I definitely want to call out here. Any others on this floor you want to call out?
Those are my favorites. I think those are great. Oh, no, real quick. Angry Kirby has... I kind of blew by it because I didn't realize they were playable games. Angry Kirby, just to call out, I love... Anyone who tried to put a game in the booth. It was so cool. And Angry Kirby actually has like 4 playable games. Just really simple, like timing games or...
Oh.
I thought that was very cool.
So you've got a bet on a cow.
There's Kamau.
You've got... What's this? Move and shoot. Okay, and then... Wow, this is very ambitious. Yeah, this is super ambitious. Okay, okay, at the moment, I want to say this is the most surprising booth for me.
This one sneaks up on you. I had someone had to point it out to me that the games were playable because I would have missed it. I think there's just too much. Like, it's a little overwhelming, all the text, and it makes you go, ah.
Yeah, so I'll say the presentation really lets them down, or them down. I don't know Kirby, but yeah, the presentation really lets them down. It's all over the place. It's just a bit too in my face. And I can't even
really draw you to the games.
Yeah.
The way
Yeah. Play the 2D demo here. Get the 3. Yeah. Troublesome. But definitely the most surprising booth. That is actually... Did they out Pablo on the stream? Okay, yeah. The Touch Me booth is by Pablo.
The dinosaur dude.
He did a stream today on stop motion and dreams.
Oh, that's one I'll definitely be catching up on.
Yes. Do you want to go on to the next hall?
Let's do it.
Yeah, no, his stop motion is really interesting because the temporal anti-aliasing plays havoc with stop motion, and he's found a bunch of different ways of getting around it.
This is a lovely hall.
It
and
is.
Redeemed Keld sings, and now I'm done. Okay, sorry.
This is a great hall.
Source code.
Ed's booth.
Oh my.
Ed's booth. Oh my. It is contender for one of my favorite booths. It's up there. It's definitely top 3 for me. I mean,
doing a lot with a little.
Mm-hmm.
There's one feature here, and the whole booth is about it.
Also, to my knowledge, it's the only booth, unless I'm forgetting one, that broke the banner.
Yeah, I loved the physical damage of the banner. Yeah.
And the 3D font in the background with the land and the gradient and.
How could I miss that? Those sculpted letters are amazing.
Yeah, and the verticality of the booth, like you have to look up to it. It doesn't feel like the booth can be contained. The play demo, so the call to action's really strong, especially with the X when you walk onto the podium. It's yeah.
And on top of all that, Pig Detective. So.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice Pig Detective. That's adorable.
So that's why both of us are here.
Oh, that's adorable. And, small thing that not enough people did, he did put his socials on the booth.
Yeah, I wish I would have done that afterwards. I put my Twitch site, but...
Well, that's your socials, right?
It's good enough.
Yeah.
It's where I want you first.
That's it. You got to think call to actions, right? You got to think, like, what do you want the person walking away from the booth with?
Right.
Yeah.
Falkovich says it was against the rules to break the banner. Probably why no one else did it. I think the rules will be more nailed down and
yeah, it's gonna be one of those. Anything else you want to call out on this floor? I mean, there's a lot of good stuff on this floor.
The source codish one is the burger van is really good. But the presentation of source codish.
If you need anything else, hello.
Oh yes.
A lot of my favorites were the ones that felt really grounded. I feel like this was designed by someone who designs convention booths. Which is really immersive, stepping in and seeing this wide screen audio trailer.
Given Enel's background, I'm guessing he's done a bit of booth work.
Probably.
Yeah, but I was so blown away by his teaser trailer at the actual presentation. It was one of the teasers that really just went poof in my brain.
The only criticism I had for this booth was the readability of the text on the side.
Do you need help?
It was a bit small. But
yeah.
I really love this one.
I think something that someone else said on one of my streams is this puppet really needs a first-person option, like a first-person peek option.
Yeah.
Would really help.
Maybe we can still get it editing.
But yeah, no, that is source
If you
code
need anything else,
really strong.
yeah.
If you had to put source code in a category, what would you say in regards to like, if we were to slap a sticker onto the source code booth now, what would you give it?
Boy, how would you describe? I mean, to me, it's slotted in with the ones that feel just the most grounded. It feels like you drop that into a real convention, and it wouldn't feel like it came out of a video game.
You say that, but it's got this hologram screen, these floating bits in it. It's not
The
that
floaty
grounded.
bits, yeah. No, that's true. The floaty bits push it over.
But
Let's
it's
just pretend it's next year, and all the conventions have floaty bits technology, and then we're okay.
just confetti
I think
guns.
the immersion. I would call it one of the most immersive booths.
Okay. The most immersive booth, one of the most immersives. Okay, I'm so not going to remember these, but hey, let's go with it. We can try. This is why I
I'm
have a
writing
pen.
down my favorites as I go, and then I will make some arbitrary decisions, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Burger Van, you mentioned. Gotta say, it's not jumping out at me. I do like the spinny ball.
A bit hidden behind the banner.
Yeah.
I think it grabbed my eye because I know Burger Van. So
There is a
the
lot
brand.
of that where I see a name I recognize, but that's not so much the booth, it's the work the person's done outside of the booth.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because it is hard when you see someone whose booth you like, and then you're like, not the strongest booth.
Absolutely.
On to
So
Hall
we had-
40? I'm not going to be too drunk by the time we get to yours streaming.
Well, that's perfect. Best experience that way.
So again, just sort of shouting out any here that you want to... I really like how Falkrich's robot is peering over the banner at me.
Did you walk into it? The booth?
Oh, this is the one that transforms, right?
Yeah. I like the spectacle of this one. Like a huge animation.
Yeah. I did step into it a few days ago, didn't I? I remember seeing the transformation before.
I can't remember what I've done and what I've watched other people do.
I think that's it. I also don't remember what I've seen on other people's streams and what I've done. So many walkthroughs of the booth. That is one of my favorite interactions. That's one of my favorite booth interactions. The transformation and reveal.
Yeah, that was very neat.
It's really,
I like the simplicity of Reikio's too. Just the big acoustic guitar.
Mm.
That feels like you could almost walk into it. It's I like that it tells a story from far away. Like you know what you're gonna get when you go over there.
Yeah, I do feel like not enough of the audio booths just clearly screamed, "I'm an audio booth" from the outside. This one does that quite well.
Those are the highlights for me in this one.
Yeah. Apologies if we walk past yours. We've just got so many halls to get through that if we stop and comment on all of them, I think we were talking about this before, Keld, you said like on Tom's walkthrough, he said about 5 words on each booth, and he still battled to get through it in like 2 hours.
Good job.
Yeah. So we are going to be skimming through. Right, taking a peek around. I mean, the one that immediately screams out at me on this floor, as I recall, is the Scary Biscuit booth. It is fantastic.
The only criticism I had for this was the smoke, the sort of foggy paint. I feel like you could tone that down a lot, or maybe use a fog gadget instead, and the text would feel a little clearer, just the visual presentation would be clearer. But this one was really
Yeah, I think the advantage of using the fog gadget is you would get the animation on the fog gadget, and you would also be able to tweak it how it looks from far and close. But it
They're
definitely,
going for lights.
yeah,
I didn't
they're going
realize
for
they were
God rays.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it could have been achieved with a mixture of these and fog gadgets.
Absolutely.
But the little bit of flame animation is just enough animation to catch my eye. The banner's really strong. The wrap of the booth is really strong. It's definitely one of my favorite presentations of just stuff in, like, from the outside in. Just looking in from the outside and getting your attention.
Absolutely. The other one on this hall for me was rides and roller coasters.
Rides and roller coasters.
It's kind of a tease because you want to ride it, and obviously you can't. But I just love the big spectacle of it. It just looked like.
You see, I'm immediately put off by that blue and green text on the banner.
Yeah.
That does kind of throw me a bit.
Well, you don't have to look at it while you ride.
That's true. But I do wish I could ride it.
Yeah. No, I love the spectacle. I wish it was interactive. This is the booth that I want to be real.
And there's no demo on it either, or preview. Oh well. Any others we should call out on this floor?
I think I'm ready.
Cool. On to the next.
Also, hello everyone in chat. We have a lot of talking to do.
We have so much talking to do.
Thanks for the follows and the hydrations and.
Yeah, no, sculpting letters is a pain, but in the case of the booths, I think it really pays off.
I still can't believe Ed's. Like, I just, yeah. I tend to notice that, but Ed's was crazy.
What on this floor is shouting out at you?
I think my highlight in this floor is the demolition event. The booth design itself is really basic, but I like the interactivity because this person is demoing exactly what their creation is in the booth. So I like that about it. That, oh, here is my creation, and you can see exactly what it does.
I feel like we need to give this, it does what it says on the tin. But yeah, again, for me, the presentation knocks it back. Just all of the text is just a bit too much. I feel like if they had scaled up the demolition of, if they had scaled this tower up to double its size and dumbed down, like removed a whole bunch of text, like had like half the amount of text, it would have been more interesting.
Definitely. Yeah, highlight it. Like it doesn't feel quite enough like the feature. It doesn't draw you in to go, what does that do?
Yeah. I think something, again, I don't think they've done the best job of presenting it, but it's still a really good booth, is the Animal Skates, the Animal Pro Skater booth. I think it's tough because they're trying to present two projects here. They're trying to do their Project Anubis and their Animal Pro Skater. I really appreciate how they faded between the two. A lot of booths that did two projects did a clean split down the middle. Yeah. But they did like the sand flowing into the skate park. But again, the text, it's just a bit too much text for me. And at least it's not presented, you can present this amount of text, but you need to ground it a bit more. It's very readable text, which is nice. Even though it is read on.
I remember coming here, taking it in, enjoying it, and reading none of the text. It just didn't draw me. It did not invite me to read it.
Yes, no, that is it. And also it's a very split focus on where your eye should go in the booth. But I think it should be called out because they're the only booth I've seen with the split concept where they blend the two. So for me, this is my unless I can find another one tonight, this is my favorite like 2-project booth.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I concur on all points.
Anything else on this floor?
I think we should move along.
Move along. Kel doesn't sprint. Well, you know, I'm eating chocolate digestives and drinking rum and coke. I need a bit of a sprint.
Someone in my chat said you can ride the ride a couple halls back. It just
Oh.
takes some effort. I might try
Oh. See, the only booth I've managed to interact with in a fun way is the snowboarding booth, which we'll get to later.
that. Ooh, interesting. I saw geckos in the last hall. I don't know if Gecko's here, but I don't think I didn't realize that was yours when I looked at it. I want to come back to it. Just want to say that.
Yeah. So in this floor, there is some amazing standout booths. So the little the text is a bit hard to read, but the little strange story, horror in Chernobyl, and the one on the end which doesn't have a name, the bubbly one, are all just super eye-catching. Like the presentation of those three, really, really strong. I feel the bubble one, because it has absolutely no text and no call to action, kind of is all presentation and no substance.
Yep. Yeah, it made me wonder. What are you making? Like what? I think they just wanted to make something beautiful for the show.
Yeah. I would have liked to have at least known their name, though. I know I can look it up on the map, but...
Yeah, me too.
Yes, I think...
There were a lot of those. Like, this is gorgeous. Who the heck made it?
Yeah. I think the cross gets through because it's not quite a crucifix. It's a plus symbol with a little down arrow thing, so I think they managed to skirt that. But it's just... And if you walk into the booth with the burning cross, it's got lovely little bit of audio as well. Just a nice little fire bed to settle it.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, this is one of the most eye-catching booths in the whole thing. I mean, it's on fire.
Hey,
Like,
all the
booth
booths,
on fire at the convention. You're gonna look, and you're
all the
probably gonna
booths that have
head
used
right over.
fire or smoke come on high.
Strange story.
Yeah.
And Chernobyl here. I did not know there was a Ferris wheel in Chernobyl until I saw this booth and someone said, yeah.
Oh,
Because it was going to open right before the disaster.
that's interesting.
But
Again, the booth doesn't have a lot in it, but it does a lot with a little.
yeah, it really sets a mood. Oh, I like the TV screen too.
Yeah. Next hall?
Yes.
So the first thing you learn about setting up booths at conventions, it's how far you can push it without getting kicked out. And without your neighbors trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta say, Happy Jack is probably the one that jumps out at me immediately on this floor.
Definitely. It's the most inviting booth. I like the door too. Just the feeling.
And also, the monster is on a stick.
Oh, he is on a stick. I really love all those little grounded details. It made me wish I hadn't done any floating text in mine after the fact. But
Yeah. And also, top tip to everyone, I love that it says coming soon. Not work in progress, no negative text, all just positive stuff.
very nice.
anything else on this booth you'd call out? Or on this floor you'd call out?
I don't think so. I love Captain Morgan's booth, but I think we should keep moving.
Yeah, let's keep on going.
If I talk about everyone I love
Oh yeah, no.
all night.
We're just talking about the creme de la creme and the things that are so absurd we can't ignore them. Wait, did I just go in the wrong... I just went in the wrong...
Back where I was.
Okay, run across the floor.
Yeah, I'm back with Happy Jack now.
I'm sprinting across like a crazy person. Oh wait, did I? Oh, I did it again. I did it again. I
made it to 35. I'll see you there.
Okay. Okay, that's 36. I need to get to 35, which I think means just turn around the moment you're through. Yes.
Static in the audio also there.
I'm not hearing any static on my end. Just looking at my meters. Well, it all looks good.
Sounds like it's just one person.
Okay. What is catching your eye on this floor?
The foosball one's pretty inviting, but
Nothing standing head and shoulders above on this floor for me.
Yeah.
A lot of solid like B pluses and such, but nothing like top shelf for me in this.
yeah, the beautiful one with the greenery is nice, but it's another. There's no name or.
Yeah, it is. It is just a beautiful space, and it's even got some audio in it, which is really nice. You know, when I actually go to conventions, I really appreciate those chill out spaces.
Mm-hmm.
But here, yeah, I'm not gonna call them out. I think those chill out spaces would work really well if Dreamscom had multiplayer. Like, one of the things you do in those chill out spaces is just hang out with people. But at the moment, the way it is, they're more just nice little breaks.
Optimistic for next year.
Mm-hmm. I have nipped through the portal.
You should have put me on a leash. One of the wrist ones. Yeah.
You see, I'm nipping at my rum, so I've got to get through before I start stumbling through. In this
I see a
hall,
lot of cool things, but
so in this hall, there's two that immediately catch me. One is Project Cheese.
mm-hmm.
It is one of the funniest booths. It's filled with puns. It's got great audio in it when you go in. The little race car track is just fantastic.
And if you hang out it long enough, you can make the cheese go off the track. I don't know how I did it, but I did it once.
Oh.
Yeah, this one is really. This one's the highlight of the of this hall for me.
Yeah, no, the cheese is top notch.
I just wish there was a demo with it. I wanted to drive it. Well, you can't drive it.
Well, haven't you heard? It's great.
I'll let you know when I get to drive it. So far, I've only seen it. I've only played it passively.
And then the other one I'd call out is Impu.
Impu is got like the strongest front, but then it feels a little.
It is.
Like you want a little more when you get inside.
It is a disappointing interior. Let's not sugarcoat it. It's like, wow, that's like such an inviting one. You come in and you're like,
I think all it needs is some tables, like some tables with some mugs or some leaflets, or I don't know, just something to make it feel like a space that had a purpose for walking into it.
I think what I potentially would have done is I would have taken the same cards that are there and just staggered them with depth.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been nice too.
But it's a very appealing booth from the exterior. They really nailed the frontage.
Absolutely. Shall we
Anything
move on?
else? Yeah, let's move on.
Those are the ones for me.
Yeah, no, those are the ones I want to really shout out. 33, right?
Is it? Oh no, I went 35.
You just went into 35, didn't you?
Yeah. Like that was my very first piece of feedback. Walking around the halls was we need to put, like up and down indicator on each
Yes.
side. Tell them apart.
You need a clear distinction between the two ends.
Alright, I'm with you.
So looking through here, the one that immediately catches me is Cyberspace Defender.
I think that's a highlight for me.
Yeah. There's not a lot going on, but I think just because the character's so strong, the color scheme's so strong, it's got decent audio.
I don't know if you play the game, but the game looks just like this.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah, no, I haven't played the game.
The branding and the look and everything is just like you walked into the game.
Oh, that's fantastic. Cyberspace Defender. Cyberspace.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Any others on the floor you want to call out?
I don't think there's any particular here.
So the Adventures for me is a very strong booth. In terms of getting my attention and wanting me to know more.
Personally, I think it just needs something on the banner to like call me. For some reason I find it easier to walk by this one, and it's interesting when I get up to it. But maybe it's just the lack of banner.
No, I think you're right. It's I think their text would have worked on the banner. I wouldn't have scaled it down. I would have left it the same size, and I would have given it a bit of a backing.
I think that would be very nice.
Though also the spinning blades in the corner are a bit out of place for me.
The music sort of it kind of cuts out.
Yeah, the speaker's not the greatest place.
Feels like there's a hard line where the music drops or something.
The fall off is just not
Really like
quite right.
The curtains around the back are really nice. Like sets. It's pipe and drape. Feels very convention.
Should we move on?
Sounds good.
And chat, if you disagree with us, just scream.
I'll probably ignore you, but scream.
I didn't say I'd respond to them.
What's up?
Right. Looking through here. I think the one that I the two I really want to call out is Idyllium, and unfortunately the text is a bit hard to read, but the Jace art booth.
I'm looking for Idyllium. Oh, Idyllium. Yeah.
Yeah, Idyllium's on the end there, and Jace art.
Did you see the change scene function on this one? Yeah, that was really nice.
This, for me, is one of the most beautiful booths in Dreamscom.
And the scene change was a really nice surprise too.
Call that just Jace.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. The Idyllium one, I really liked. The Idyllium one intrigued me about the project. Like the idea of a museum in Dreams is always interesting to me. But this one really made me want to visit their art museum. I think that was, and I mean, the booth is gorgeous.
I mean, this is the thing. A museum's all about curation and style, right? So if your booth is not showing off style and taste, then I'm not interested in your museum.
Yeah. I want more of this.
Mm-hmm.
I want more of the wedding when I stand here.
The centerpiece, the water feature, the text is actually readable when you go up to the sign. You can't stand in front of it, but it is readable. I'm loving that the balls aren't just floating balls, they're hung up balls. Do you have something in the scene that is occasionally making a splash noise?
Nothing. I just hear the water.
No, okay. Anything else you want to call out?
The Lucid Con, the booth itself. You know what? That's for another discussion. We're talking about booths. I need to focus. Let's keep walking. The demo for Lucid Con booth is worth talking about if we were talking about demos.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that no one's going to try the demo if you can't pull them in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if it really... It's not as inviting as it could be as a convention center entrance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what's shouting out at you on this floor?
Einderi
and Digital Alchemist both sort of scream at me. Digital Alchemist screams at me, and I'm not sure the best way, but it definitely gets my attention.
Yeah, I mean, just noticing the colors on this one before I realized it was someone I knew, I wanted to walk up to it and see. I still haven't seen your portfolio. I want to check that out.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either yet, I'm afraid. The colors are a bit too much for me, but they immediately get my attention and at least gave me time to look at it, and then, as you say, I recognized the name. But the Einderi...
various effects.
Yeah, the Einderi, I really love the banner work. I really like the verticality, the trees peeking up. The bit of water and fire animation really helps. The door really helps. It's both visually the Einderi and just from a pure booth design, it's one of the best booths.
Yeah, really immersive. I love how they pulled out the painterly, but it still feels grounded. Oh, I didn't notice the posts on the side were trees.
The post, oh yes, where they've wrapped up the poles. I really...
two eyes on the ends. Just realized.
Oh.
I think it's an ender.
And now I've just realized. I particularly like the booths that have done something with the poles. Whether they've wrapped them up or just coloured them or changed them up in some way.
Yeah, not like those jerks who try to remove them.
No, it's all good. All good.
Yeah, I think we should move along.
Moving on.
It's only going to be 3 hours.
To Hall 30. So what do you want to call out in this hall?
I mean, Dream Central, I think, is the most inviting booth from a distance.
Funny, I would not have put that up. I would not have rated that very highly.
I think it's the scale of the design that grabs my eye. Like, I look over that and it feels like it feels for me, and it feels like, oh, there's a place I can sit down. And I'll And it kind of looks like a roller coaster, this Dream Central thing.
I do wish their
yeah.
logo was like double the size.
Yeah, that would be better.
I do love that they've clad the entire booth and they've got their
Yeah.
socials up there.
Yeah, I think it's just the balance and the scale of that one. Just invites me in.
Oh,
but
yeah,
compared to the cream of the crop. I don't
This one also has bounce pads in it.
Wait, which one?
The Dream Central, walk in and it has bounce pads.
Oh, so jealous. Next year, every booth's gonna have bounce pads.
And
I'm gonna make a platformer in my booth next year.
oh, also speaking of verticality, Keld, look up.
Oh,
There's a
wow.
train.
Okay. All right. I don't know. This one's getting better and better. I already liked it, and I didn't know there were bounce pads. And the detail when you walk in is really great. And it leaves. It goes away and comes back.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
That is definitely a surprise. And the balloons around the doorway. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I love it.
So good.
So good. The other two I'd probably call out just because they're visually striking is the I can't read the font properly, but the Saurian one catches my eye, and the Super Guy one is a nice diorama, and it has a nice little animation when you walk into it.
I remember that.
It's a little loud though.
Little much. I do like I like the way that one reacts. Infinidreams, go play that demo. I did not play the demo. Infinidreams, this booth is actually, I think it's really gorgeous, but it doesn't draw you in. All the detail is really fine. So it has this big logo, and then you come up close, and it has this super fine detail.
I'd
amazing.
strongly,
It's so easy to miss.
yeah, I'd strongly disagree on gorgeous, because the thing is that what they've done is they've got too much noise. Like they've got the signage with I don't know if it's the looseness or their inner hull is set to a different color, but their signage is speckled, and so the lettering doesn't stand out from the sign itself. Yeah.
I think it's the elements are gorgeous, and once you go watch their demo, and you realize, oh, this is the world they're taking you into. It's just really
Right. I mean, the floor
But
tiles
as a
are
whole,
stunning.
they're kind of crazy detailed. That must be where all their graphics thermos go in.
Yeah, the floor tiles are absolutely stunning. I don't know, I just feel like... Here's the thing I judge this on, right? If I took a photo of this booth and I posted it to Twitter, or I just posted like a thumbnail of this booth, I don't think it would get a positive reaction.
Yeah. As a whole, it's not very balanced.
It's
The
tricksome.
banner doesn't match the inside. If they had taken the whole look of the inside and really done up the entire booth with it, I think that would push it over the top for me.
Yeah, I think they would have had to have a real think about just purely the graphic design stuff of the entire booth, and how to sell that. But yeah, any others you want to call out?
I'm happy here.
Cool. On to 29. We're making good time.
I'm glad you think so. I got time. I got the afternoon to stream, so I'm not in a rush. But I don't want to keep you for 3 hours.
So, looking through this, there's a few I want to call out here. First of all, before I call out anything, Kelt, do you want my honest critique of your booth?
Sure, I would love your criticism.
Okay, so I love the fact you coloured the poles. Love that. But you didn't use any of the vertical space. I love the purple trim on the top. It really helps pull the eye on that. I think, honestly, it's really funny that you have the little joke with the but don't ask him about the MP and all that stuff. But you've just got too much text on your banner. If you had just had your icon and your logo, like your KeldBjones, the KeldBjones, that would be great. And then going into the booth, my attention is split between the dodgeball and the other stuff.
Yes.
And the...
Hi there. Welcome to Dreams.
Sorry, I can't hear two Kelds at once. That's too disorientating. But the going into the booth, the floor and the walls and the ceilings have all got effects on them, and so they're a bit. It's a bit much. Put it this way. Yeah, if I walked into your booth in VR, I think it made me sick. As in, like, the motion of the walls.
I understand completely, but those words were really funny.
I am sorry if that sounds horrible. But...
Quote, this booth makes me sick. I'm putting that on the bed. Now I'm going to remove creator, streamer, MP award-winning. I'm putting Kamau, quote, this booth... If this booth were real, it would make me sick. No, I appreciate the feedback.
Oh,
obviously, if you watch me, you know that like visual art is not my forte. Like I get there, I can get someplace eventually, but I'm definitely trying to win up with personality. Like that, that was my goal going in.
So, the thing when you're not strong, and I say this as a programmer who's not great on art, when you're not strong on art, you have to lean into design, and you have to crib from established templates. It's the easiest way. When like me, you have no artistic talent, lean in to ripping off talented people.
Tried and true tactic.
Yeah. But no,
when they start, I think.
Yeah. I have to say though, overall with your booth, all of the animation you put into your character, really, it's not done justice because of the frame rate glitches and stuff, and obviously audio is your thing and you've had trouble with audio from the frame rate stuff. Probably the most positive thing I will say is the bouncing ball and the opposite day dodgeball really pulls your eye. That really helps bring it in. But yeah.
Nice.
You did ask for my honest critique.
Oh,
I offered and you accepted it.
I mean, I would give myself an award for perhaps I'd consider most charismatic booth.
Oh, humble.
But I'm not giving myself any design awards.
Okay, so the other entries on the floor, the two I really want to call out is the lounge and snow gardens.
The lounge is a jaw dropper.
It is stunning. The lounge is just so appealing to go in, and the music is just perfect. You can see the creator's name on the inside doors, so you know who it's by if you look up.
Oh, I've been here a couple times and I missed that.
It's subtle.
But
it's subtle.
Demo, so I mean, you know where you're going. I mean, you're sending people somewhere.
Yeah. But this immediately makes me think of, I love the idea of this being a multiplayer space, because this immediately makes me think of WildStar housing and just sort of chilling in these seats, like lounging in these seats.
Mm-hmm. And the style of this is the same as the demo that follows it too. I didn't play it all the way, but the demo looks as good as the booth.
Oh wow, I need to check out that demo. This, I can say it now, I don't know if there's one that'll take this award other than this one. Most relaxing booth.
Ooh. Yeah, I think this is the booth I would most like to chill in.
Hmm. So, the other one I want to call out.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to give critique. It's not about holding back. I have been as loving as I can on everything. Yes. But Snow Garden, really solid presentation. It's clear, coming late 2020. It's got the socials up. But the best part about it is you walk into the booth and it glitches. It's just such a surprising little detail. You've got to walk up towards the portal, not into it. But yeah.
Detail, that is nice. And it caught me off guard first time.
Yeah. So that is definitely one of the most surprising booths, and I love the detail there. If you walk out now and you look at the title at the top, it's gone from plain English to Leet speak for Snow Gardens.
Oh, I did not notice that either.
Hmm.
You know what? I think coming back to it, I mean, I like those two effects so much. I almost want it punched up a little more.
I think it's the right amount.
And it looks a little different.
Yeah, I think it's the right amount of punch on that. Any others you want to call out?
I mean, Abby's is very eye-catching and invites you over.
So I said this on my stream this morning. Abby's is very personally hers. Obviously, I know Abby knows booth design better than I ever do. This is what she does for a job. She works with Sony teams and previous game teams on designing booths, so she knows booth design. She has put together this as a personal thing for her. As such, yeah, I'm not super fond of it.
I didn't know the puppet was interactive.
The puppet is interactive. I really like that. But yeah, I really like the interactive puppet. But if I was just walking past the booths, I don't think I would be pulled to this one without prior knowledge, like without knowing the person beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not roasting booths. I'm being honest. Like, if I walked into this hall, the two booths that would catch my eye are Lounge and the Snow Gardens one. Lounge and Snow Gardens catch my eye really, really clearly, and really deliver.
I feel like I can't leave this one without mentioning the Twin Brothers one. I think the exterior, I mean, I find the exterior impressive, but from a design standpoint, drawing you in, it might just be a little flat or not enough. But I think the fact that I'm seeing glass doors and this enclosed space makes me want to know what's inside of it.
It is interesting.
And,
I do like
once I
the.
was in, I like the way it told the story through the booth.
I strongly dislike how it.
There were two boys in the
I strongly dislike how it
These boys were
controls
not
your
just
speed through the
brothers,
booth.
but they were born as twin brothers,
Like gating
and they were
doors.
always fighting about.
I think this is
born.
maybe a pet peeve I have, because going to a bunch of conventions and such, I get very much into the mode of, okay, I've got to walk the halls and see all the, like, I get into professional mode, like when I go to a Gamescom or a GDC or something like that, and I'm like walking the halls. And so whenever a booth forces me to slow down, I get very, I get put off.
Yeah, no, I felt the same way because I wanted to go back and look at something, and let me through. I just want to see. There's no one to stand in line with, so
Yeah,
no
yeah,
reason
yeah.
to stop.
No, it's at least they don't lock you in.
Yes, that would be. I'm kind of surprised no one tried.
I got stuck on one of the wrapping booths, and that's the only one I got actually stuck in.
I don't think I got stuck where I had to restart. I had some close calls. But, well, 29, clearly one of the strongest hauls.
Yeah, it's a good haul.
Dreams come, based on charisma.
Well, there is one booth that I think will probably get my most charisma award.
Kamal, you're reading both chats. Overachiever.
I'm glancing. So
A lot of Bob and Abby's walking around instead of blue puppets. Like a little creepy.
I immediately want to call out. So I really like Goblin Burger and Beyond the Unknown in terms of pulling me in. I think they were interesting to pull me in. But honestly, talking about not having much talent and selling it, Mr. KeldBjones. I'm
Not
sorry.
known for his art.
But he has got such a good, he's such a good writer, and he's got such a good sense of presentation. Like, I don't think anyone else could have put this booth together, but anyone after seeing it could have copied it.
Yeah, definitely. And as a person who's interested in things that KeldBjones is doing, I really enjoyed the process of walking in and wondering all the different ways that there might be something here, and then finding there wasn't. Like, nope, this time, this is it. This is opposite day 8 1/4. We are experiencing it right now.
Yep. My favorite detail, you're slightly smaller than Casey.
Yeah. Yes. But as far as branding goes, like, boy,
Yeah.
you can't miss his name. And there's the puppet and the fez.
You know, Casey is winning on that one, I'm afraid.
It's a strong statement.
Any you want to call out?
There are nice ones, but my standards are getting higher as we go. So,
Yeah.
no.
As I say, the Beyond the Unknown one, I really like how it calls out to you because it's so mysterious. You kind of want to go into it, and its banner's really good. I don't think the interior of the booth delivers as strongly as it should, but it's really intriguing. The banner's really good. You go in and you're like, wow.
Best thing about the interior is the perhaps unintentional photo op right here. I took one, and then when I went to thumbs up photos from my wall, I found other people that had taken one too.
That's genius. That's
Highlight of the booth.
Yep. Yeah, no, that is good.
Goblin Burger, thumbs up.
Goblin Burger is very good. Though, not, I'd say my second most favorite Goblin themed booth of the con.
What was the other?
We'll come across it. Okay, another strong haul. What do you want to call out?
This is a strong one. Just a lot of visually appealing things.
I mean, right off the bat, to call out some of the weaker ones that are just doing some amazing things, like the Indigenous Veil. I love that they've got that smoke rising up above the booth. I love the booth generally, but you know, there's every booth here is above and beyond in that, like, these booths would have done stronger in other halls.
I think the smoke is only in the UK version because I don't see it. It's not on my screen.
Oh.
That's weird.
Okay, now I'm looking at it, it looks a little glitched. That is a very interesting bug. But to actually call out my top faves in this haul, Demon Pizance and the Spydras and the Colony booth, all very strong. I want to like Dorian's booth more, but it's just a bit too busy.
it's a little busy. The the centerpiece draws me in, but Colony's got to be my favorite here because of the spider that follows you.
And I mean the booth
That-
itself.
Ooh. I mean, the booth is great, but then when I walked in and the spider moved towards me, I reacted. Ooh. Sure, part of that is because the booth is so disgusting.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's really good. But I think I also just want to call out the spiders, which again is one of the booths I'd give best design to potentially. Have you seen this one?
Yes. Yeah, that one's really strong. I'm trying to remember what it ties into, but I mean, you have spiders, you have the YouTube, and you have a really strong booth that draws you in.
Yeah.
I think I probably got a lot of people to click the X button.
It's definitely one of the ones where, again, this is not hard to make, but it's hard to come up with.
Yes.
Which for me is always the sort of litmus test of great design, where it's not hard to make, but it's great. It's easy to copy, hard to come up with.
Yeah. And I mean, and this would work as a booth. Like it's inviting just in a real context.
Yeah.
I think.
Should we go on to the next one?
That's not particular. Yeah, I think those are the standouts. Oh,
Oh,
if I didn't say, okay, I'm just gonna hand out my first award, and I think this gets best stairs. Yep.
Ice
Yeah,
Phoenix. Oh, do you know what?
Love.
Yes. Best use of vertical space. This was genuinely surprising to me. Yeah, I feel like this is... If I was at like a TwitchCon or a GDC or a Gamescom and I went up and this was like a nice little beer garden up here.
I think
Top
the only reason
shelf.
I wouldn't hang out here is because it would already be full of people because it's so nice.
Yeah, no, that is fantastic.
A lot of people
But
took photos up there.
you need to be drawn up here. I think in reality, if this was a real booth, and they're probably limited by thermo, but if this was like real booth or if this was multiplayer, you would see a bunch of people up there, and that would draw you up there.
Yeah. I think that would do a good job of just bringing you into the booth to go, oh, what's those folks doing?
What's happening up there? Yeah.
Lovely.
But yeah, like, okay, talking again, because I think this applies to a few booths. Dorian's booth, honestly, if he had stripped it back, would be such a stronger booth, because his centerpiece is amazing. And his Bionic Revolution text, really strong. But then there's just a few other bits, and it falls apart with all the bits in it.
You know, I think that for me, I would change the balance, the layout. I am just now kind of taking in the hands as part of the centerpiece, whereas
Yeah.
that hand feels like by VR demo, and the other hand kind of feels like it's by the Bionic Revolution instead of making like the one statement that it could make.
Yeah, no, it is a tough one. It's interesting because it's so close to being a great booth, which is why I just wanted to stop to mention it.
Yeah,
And Demon
for some
Presents.
reason it's easy to walk by, even though when you're paying attention, there's a lot to look at.
Demon Presents, a lot of people were saying, oh, you really need to see this booth. It's an interesting booth. Graphically, it's very, very stunning when you actually look at it. But it's not the most eye-catching of booths, Demon Presents.
Yeah, I think the panorama is really the highlight for me. Can't think of anyone else I saw do that. It just it gives the booth a depth visually.
Yeah, but it could have had more depth by actually just putting depth in it. Like, the trees could have popped a bit more from the sides. It feels like they were trying to do too much of what was possible in real life.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's why I like it. Because it feels grounded. It feels like an airbrushed. It really does feel like an airbrushed background.
Oh yeah,
with
you
some
could
physical-
totally recreate this booth.
Good stuff. Well, shall we move to the
Yeah,
next?
move on.
Which way is it?
26, I believe, is our next one. Yeah, Bella Iris makes a really good point about colours and cool and warm colours attraction. I am not the best person to speak about it, but yeah. Okay, so going through here, there's two booths that immediately catch my eyes. One is Kingdom Strategy, and the other is the Goblin Bar. Hydrate, thank you.
You're welcome.
If by hydrate you mean rum.
It's mostly water.
Yeah, mostly water.
So, did you say Kingdom Strategy?
Yeah, Kingdom Strategy, I really like how clean and simple it is. It's got a strong call to action, the banner's really strong, the animation of the arrow and everything really call out to me. And then the Goblin Bar. The Goblin Bar is just visually stunning, it's got a good wrap. The interior is... How they fit this interior in the thermo, I have no idea.
Yeah, it looks like too many unique sculpts. They put in some hustle, I think. I think they know what to do with wood to get the detail low.
Well, okay. So do you want to see some of the details that they've done? The barrels that are the tables are also the sculpts, the head of the hammers on there.
Yeah, they are.
Um, the wood beams, like they've only got like 2 types of wood beams in here. I mean, it's just the fact they've got 2 characters in here is just mind-blowing.
Pretty impressive.
I mean,
Pretty impressive. I mean, I had a tough time getting my stuff in, and it's pretty basic looking compared to...
and it's got multiple animations as well.
Not surprised there's no music.
No, not surprised there's no music. They are they're definitely pushing the limits on that one, and they've also got varied tiling on the floor as well. I mean,
Really nice one.
I'm gonna say straight away, like, the thing that this booth gets for me is fuck the thermometer. Like, seriously, like, blows the thermometer. Like, how did you fit that?
What is the sign doing?
I think it's meant to be doing something else, but it's glitched.
It's too bad, because I think every time I've gone to this booth, I've wondered, what are you selling me?
Yeah, that is a big downside. It's got no author's name, it's got no socials, no call to action. Yeah.
If the intent is like just a lounge for the convention, I'd say it's perfect. But if there's no demo though, right? I don't think
There's no demo that I can see.
it's a lot of work for someone to put in, not put a name on it.
Yeah. But yes, my favorite goblin themed thing of Dreamscom.
Nice goblin booth.
Yeah. Anything else you want to call out on this floor?
Don't think so. I think those would be my highlights too. Kingdom Strategy is really nice and clean, and you know what it is. And...
Kingdom Strategy really shows you don't have to do a lot to sell a booth. It's really, really simple. The one bit of effort they have put in that is hard is they've sculpted the Kingdom Strategy letters, and those just make them stand out at a distance.
Looks like they sculpted them to match a dream spot.
Yeah, they probably, if my gut is they probably put down a text gadget and sculpted by tracing the text gadget.
Oh, they've got. Oh, there's paint strokes on top of the sculpts.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, really effective.
But it really grounds it, and it helps at a distance to help with the how it reads at a distance.
Yeah, that's a really strong one.
Yeah.
Well, you haul 25?
Yeah, all 25. So, I mean, there's one that stands out immediately to me, which is Glitcher.
Yeah, one's interesting because it's so. I think it's. If you don't notice the glitching.
But
it might
how
be
can
easy to
you
walk.
not notice the glitching? It's so noticeable.
My first spin around, I kind of went, yeah, no, I don't see anything. I didn't realize Glitcher was in here. Just I didn't happen to see it glitch.
And
But,
also, when you walk in, it's just an experience.
I don't think I walked around here and got the rumble last time.
Okay, I need to switch controllers because batteries and controllers are dying. Any others in this hall you'd call out?
I think Glitcher is the highlight here.
Glitcher for me, unless I can come across any others, Glitcher for me is the booth that does the most with the least.
Yeah, very minimal. Very minimal. You know what though? I really like it, but I feel like after playing the Glitcher demo, it just feels like I want something more in here. But you know what? You can't. I know there's limits on what you can.
I suppose the question you have to ask yourself with the booth design is A, would it draw a person in? And B, when it drew the person in and it showed them the thing, would they be disappointed? Like, what was the sales pitch matching the content?
You know, from that perspective, I'd say the sales pitch undersells the content, and they will be pleased when they enter the demo. And if I didn't know what I was getting into, I walked into there, I think I would be intrigued, click and play the demo, and then, yeah, have a positive reaction to that, I'm sure.
Yeah. It's tough. It is tough. But yeah, on to the next hall.
Sounds good. 24.
Yeah.
There's an
Pretty
issue
cool.
with white boots and black text.
Yeah, high contrast. You've got to be very careful with high contrast text. Okay. So in this hall, there's one that I immediately want to call out, which is Rotemore Academy. It's got the vertical space, the wrapping's really intriguing. I haven't played the demo, but it feels really in touching. I love the graffiti bit. The audio is great. It's a little loud, but it's great. The only thing I'd say, and this is the smallest item of feedback, is I'd love if the door was slightly ajar, or there was some way to draw me into the door. Like, I don't feel like I'm being welcomed into, or I don't feel like I'm being pulled into the experience.
I love the immersion when you walk in here, and the way the paint gives you just a little bit of story, a little bit of idea what the thing might be.
Yeah, the paint immediately
sells
sells me.
It was just a series of animations. It looked incredible, but there's nothing interactive yet. But yeah, that was a standout for me. Just something about walking in here. Like as soon as the camera closes that door, I feel like I went someplace.
Yeah. Hmm. So its neighbor, very good. Demon Hunter stands out from a distance. The banner works really well. The overall scene's really good. The call to
I like that
actions.
it tells the story.
Yeah, it does tell the story. The call to action's missing a bit. But yeah. She looks like she's about to shit herself.
Do you think we wait around long enough?
Oh dear. It is a bit disorientating to have the model of the character so much bigger than the puppet.
Yeah, it kind of sits in a weird place between feeling like a prop and, like, yeah, it's kind of like an in-between scale.
Like if this was actually a convention I was going at and there was a puppet like that, it would be really... If it was a bit bigger, it would be like, oh, this is a statue, this is a presentation. But it's just at that size where it's like, is she just really big?
Yeah. Yeah, blow it up. Blow it up. I want to walk in and look up at this thing.
Yeah.
But I do like the story on that one.
It does scan from a distance though. Like even across the hall, both of those booths will pull you in. Anything else on this floor you want to call out?
I think those are my favorites. The Hasek one definitely pulls me in. I think not until I get close to it. If I get close to it and see the detail in there.
I have noticed a few booths have tried to go for this sort of like Apple Store aesthetic. I think
it's
there's
a little
been
too much right.
I think there's been about 4 or 5 booths we've seen with this white with a light blue aesthetic.
I think I like just the groundedness of the booth. Just here's a place to sit, read something.
I mean, I hate those chairs. Sitting in those chairs is so freaking uncomfortable.
They do look awful. This is no lounge.
No.
It's not the lounge. Do not want to stay here.
The run and gun feels like it's so close to great, just opposite Hasek, but again, they've just slightly missed the mark. Outline on the text, not having like a bullet flying or some bit of action because my attention's a bit split, but it's close to great.
Yeah, the text is a little rough. Like at mid-haul, that kind of disappears.
Yeah, I mean, at Bella, the reason why these chairs are uncomfortable, that's not a mistake. That's by design for stores, because they don't want you to sit around for too long. Like, designing for discomfort's a whole sub-genre, which baffles my mind. It's like park benches that are designed to stop people sleeping on them.
They need chairs that are designed to get you to buy something and then stop sitting in.
Yeah. Should we go on to 25?
Sounds good. Oh no, I guess it was 24.
Oh, was it 24? Oh dear.
Check.
So we need to go to 23 then. Yes, we need to go to 23.
Yeah, content versus thermo, Falco Rich. That was the struggle.
But some people have pulled it off really well. So calling out here, I'd love to call out Alpine Dream for 2 reasons. I think it's a visually stunning booth, but it's also the booth with interaction, because there's a little ramp you can run off. I am 5 years old. I don't know why that amuses me so much, but it does. But it's also a very visually appealing booth. It's got a lot going for it. Not too much text.
My tiny criticism. I just want that hut to be just a little bit bigger, because I want to imagine that the people working this booth are taking their breaks in there.
I mean, maybe they hired small children to work the booth. You know, they work for cheap.
That sounds efficient. Is that how Media Molecule works? Just children behind the scenes. We keep them in the hut.
Nah, that's how my private company works. I also want to call out Irish Miles' booth. It's very stunning. I was trying to figure out what was bugging me about it when I saw it the first time, and you know what it is? It's got no animation. He's got these wonderful puppets that animate so well, and there's no animation in it.
Yeah, just a little idle animation.
Yeah.
Would go a long way to give it some life. But the balance and the layout of everything is great. Draws you in, and like it has all this empty space, but you don't feel like it's missing anything.
No, I don't think it needs anything more. The only thing I would say is maybe if the puppets waved or the 2 puppets behind the counter did something, that would be interesting. But no, I think it's really strong. You don't have to fill the space. If you don't have good stuff to fill the space, leave the negative space in there.
Lovely work.
Yeah. Should we go on to 22, or is there anything else?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. Alpine.
I think everyone's bracing themselves for your feedback to come out. Don't look at mine. Don't look at mine.
I have looked at all of these booths and commented on them in more depth than I am doing currently. But it's also fun to just talk with Keld about these, because like sometimes he will offset my opinion, like he did with I wrote it down here, Dream Central. Dream Central, I have to admit I passed over. Then Keld pointed it out to me, and it's like, damn, that's actually a really good booth.
I didn't even know all its secrets.
So, Chill Zone appeals here. Any others for you?
I mean, yeah, I think that one's probably the one that draws me in the most here. I think the only thing I didn't like about this one, like it drew me in the first time I saw it. I walked up, thought, oh, maybe there's a demo. Oh, it's not a demo.
Walk up to
the music is nice, and it feels
the music.
chill, but I feel like it needed some chairs, or oh, I see. There's sand and pillows. We're supposed to sit in the sand. With pillows,
Yeah.
I didn't notice those last time.
I think your critique's valid. Like, who the wants to sit in sand? Like, sand is a terrible thing to sit in. You sit on the beach because there's no chairs.
Yes.
And yes, there are
I think if
so
I noticed,
many good booths.
like if I noticed the seats, I would have liked it more right away. But they kind of blend in. Like the logs are the same color as the sand, and it's sort of, you kind of lose that detail.
Yeah. Any other booths you want to call out? Oh, I do want to call out one booth, actually. It's not stunning from the outside, but it did something I wish more of the booths did. Is Donnie the Burb. He's got a bunch of voiceover because he's a Twitch streamer, but he's subtitled it all. Every line is subtitled.
Oh no. That was... You know what? They haven't done the updates yet. Maybe I can still get subtitles on mine. That was like my biggest regret at the end. Like, God, subtitles.
Yeah, overall, I'm not, like, overall I'd say it's a weaker booth in terms of attracting people, But the subtitles on all the VO lines really helps. Really, really helps. And I appreciate the effort.
Best subtitles. Donnie the Burb right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome.
Because people don't realize subtitles apply in a bunch of ways. Not only are they for people who have trouble hearing, but additionally there's a lot of people who have English as a second language and they can read it much more strongly than they can hear it, especially when there's an accent or other sounds in the scene. So never underestimate the importance of subtitles.
Or, I mean, I leave mine on in Dreams all the time because I'm streaming, and I know some people are watching with lower volume, and I know audio in Dreams is going to be inconsistent, and I think it's very helpful to have it anytime it's available on my screen.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge fan of subtitles. Massive, massive fan.
Nice. Shall we move to 21?
Yeah, let's go to 21. Oh dear, does that mean I have to stop drinking in the next
I need
call?
a really short break. I need to disappear for like 60 seconds. Maybe 90 at the most, and leave you here at the convention by yourself. How do you find a way to entertain yourself?
You run off for a bit, and I will scan back through chat and see what I see. Let's see how they've been salty with me. Go through Meep, Meow, Bum Bum Bum. Thank you, by the way, Flick, for that. Sorry I missed it when it came through. I think you were correct, Andy. They didn't cheat by adding lighting. They probably had an invisible object that had glow turned on it. I think that is the correct way they did it. Wraith, good to see you. Good to see you. Hydrate. Oh dear, hydrate in this case is more rum. Yeah. Sculpting text is a pain in the butt, but it really pays off for the display purposes. You will get roasted by KeldBjones if you don't have subtitles. Oh, yeah. Casey's got taste. Oh god. The prequel memes. Really, guys? Prequel memes? But yeah, no, overall, I have to say, I've been drastically impressed with the quality of the booths. I'm really talking about the best of the best here, because we are trying to narrow it down to a set of rewards, and I've already got 2 pages that are pretty full with stuff. So yeah, trying to find an award. I can't eat this on stream, because if I eat that on stream, I can't talk until Keld's here to cover for me, so I'm just gonna have to lick the chocolate with my fingers and keep going. No, it'll be all good. It'll all be good. Oh yes, I did the animation tutorial for the 15-second animation. I will be finishing that animation off on my stream probably on Monday. Yeah, probably on Monday. I really enjoyed doing those short animations. I haven't been doing them lately for reasons. Yes, I have milk chocolate digestives for those of you who know the British snack. They're very, very nice. They're just sitting here waiting for an opportunity. Yes.
Oh, what you munching on?
I'm not munching, and I can munch now because you can talk for a second. You can cover me. But milk chocolate digestives.
Digestives. Still not used to hearing that in reference to food. I think the first time we went to Europe, I kept saying digestive, crackers, digestive. Yeah, it's just not a word we use for food here. Oh, hi there, Chad. Notre Dame is here. DG is here. Valco Rich is here. Kamal said last night your booth should have subtitles. Yeah, she's totally right.
Here's one of those things. I don't know why, but milk chocolate digestives generally, even just plain digestives, are so delicious, especially with tea. Tea and Bicky.
What makes digestive a digestive? I wonder.
A digestive is literally a biscuit or cookie that is designed to help digestion.
Huh.
Yeah, they tend to be quite crumbly, quite light on the stomach. They're really nice when you're feeling under the weather and you have to drink a lot and you can't eat much. They're like something you can eat instead of toast. But they're lovely.
Do you know what's special about them? Like what's in them that makes them good for digestion?
Calories. So wheat flour, calcium carbonate, iron, nicotine, milk fat, sulfur. I think it's mostly the calcium carbonate, the chalk. Yeah.
Calcium carbonate. Okay, so it's like an antacid. It's like you're okay. So you all are eating just as bad as us, but then you're eating cookies instead of popping antacids. You've got a secret that I just learned.
Yeah, empire, bitch.
It's an antacid cookie. That doesn't sound appealing either.
No, it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. I promise you, the next time I see you, whether that is a DreamsCon or a TwitchCon, I will make sure I have digestives with me.
Nice. You know, it's funny. I was imagining, next year maybe we'll do this in VR. Maybe we'll have multiplayer. Who knows what? And then I thought, well, they said they wanted this to be a real convention. So provided the world has returned to some form of normal next year, hope I'm not sitting in this room come DreamsCon.
Yeah, I don't. So I'm actually really happy it ended up being a digital event because it ended up being a lot more inclusive because it was a digital event. But when it started planning, and I don't think this is a secret, I'm pretty sure Abby has said this on stream and stuff, it started out planning as a physical event. And a lot of that was because, I don't know if you saw the meetup that their community did in the offices in January, I think it was.
I saw the photos.
Yeah. And it was like, wow, our community's awesome and good at organizing. We should do a physical event. And then it turned into DreamsCon because COVID.
Well, I hope that next year it's both.
Yeah, I think everyone was kind of blown away by how successful the digital side of this is because I don't think anyone was expecting 300 odd booths. That is a lot of booths. But
sure. I mean, maybe a DreamsCon, maybe a virtual DreamsCon could be something that is a separate event from a real DreamsCon. So they can both get their own attention. Because I've loved sitting here in my house, attending a convention all week. It's been amazing. Also,
well, I think it would also take it to a next level if multiplayer was in.
Yeah. That would change it a lot.
Yeah, it would really take it up a notch. Yeah. So, onto the hall, and stop me before I break NDA. What are your favorite booths in the hall?
Rabbit and Boy and Pip Gemwalker both kind of call me over. And Goblin and Dwarf a little bit. And Pip Gemwalker
Goblin
is like, if you walked past everything else in the hall, you'd probably walk to that one.
I feel like Goblin and Dwarf would be called out if it was in half the other halls. It's just this is such a strong hall that Pip Gemwalker and Rabbit and Boy really take it for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Goblin and Dwarf is really nice, just not the top form.
I really like the little details on the Rabbit and Boy one. The fact that the hook line is in a different color really helps sell it. Because that "will he ever trust anyone again" line really comes through. The fact that the text is obscured slightly by the trees when you're at a distance really helps bed the text. The fact that when you walk up to the tent, it lights up with "watch the film," which is a really clear call to action.
your eye knows where to go in here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of elements, but I mean, they're drawing your attention to. Here's what it's called. Here's a little bit about it, and here's how you play it.
Yeah. No, it's really strong. And also, small detail, do you notice the trees are like thin cardboard?
No, are they like flats?
They're flats. And the best part is, if you look at the back of one of the trees, it's got a wanted dead or alive poster.
Neat. Can't find it.
No, you were just at it. You were just at it. There. Just turn the camera there. You were there. Ah, the stream lag and the because Discord has no lag for those of you watching us. But then obviously when we see each other's streams, we have lag on each other's streams.
It's a bit sorry.
But anyway, yes, there's a wonderful little wanted poster. It's a lovely little Easter egg that I just really appreciated for no reason.
Well, Rabbit and Boy is getting the award from me for best hidden Easter egg, most well hidden Easter egg.
Yeah, Pip Gem Walker. So many good things to say about this booth. The fact that they've done the wrap of the poles, the fact that they have the verticality with the rotating gem which draws your eye. They've got so many elements in the booth. They've got a really clear call to action with the play. They've got a bunch of text, but they put it on a sign which is very readable, but from a distance doesn't distract or take away from the booth. Yeah, this is such a good booth.
Nice idle animations.
Mm-hmm.
They really did a good job of bringing. I mean, they left the banner in place, but just those little lines in it, bringing it in line with the style of the other elements. Is a nice touch.
Oh yes,
the
the little.
all there. They really brought the booth into the Gem Walker design. In a
Yeah,
nice way.
that is stunning. I didn't even notice the lines, but yeah, I was more focused on the foliage. But yeah.
And I think any booth that had a little ledge that looked like you might be able to jump up on it had an upper hand on tricking you into playing their demo. Because I accidentally pressed X a few times, wanting to jump up in people's. So just subtle touch there.
Yeah.
Put coins up on your booth to get people to press X.
No, I like it. I like it.
Pip Gem Walker, nice branding.
Yeah, and solid branding. Yeah. Anything else in this hall? I mean, it's such a high-standing hall. It feels tough on the other booths.
Even having been through all these in detail once, I want to talk about them all again.
Yeah.
We can do like 8 hours.
But there's nothing here that you would be thinking for awards other than what we've spoken about.
No.
Yeah. To be clear to everyone, we don't think the other booths are bad. They're just not in contention for an award. So on to 20. I mean, I'm technically in Europe, so I can still drink at 20.
You're really happy to see something new from Man Chicken Turtle. Is there something new from Man Chicken Turtle, Falco Rich?
Yeah, is there?
Because Pip Gem Walker's been out for a while.
Yeah, it's been out for a few months, hasn't it?
I mean, they used it in the adverts for Dreams.
The launch, yeah. So it's been a while. I am going to leave you to talk through this hall quickly, and I'm going to come back in just 1 second.
Alright, so now to cover every detail of this hall while Kamau is gone. No. Wait, do I have to start being more critical now? It's all wrong! Everything... No, Kamau's... Come out. Anchored Space is standout here. I appreciate the appearance by Jerry Moldpile. Did I get a picture with Jerry Moldpile? I don't know if I did. I really feel like I should. Can I get a leg up there? Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. Real. Oh. picture with Jerry Moldpile. He's a celebrity. Oh, you meant the booth. Gotcha. Wonder what he's working on. He's done some interesting things. Man Chicken Turtle did Ami Cart as well, right? Which was really slick. You have to be harsh to find the creme de la creme. Animation B says, if there was one graphic design rule I wish I could impart into everyone, it's not to use more than 3 type styles in one design. I'd say that's pretty good.
Oh, did someone use 3 typefaces in one booth?
I'm not sure what Andy was referencing. Did you learn that from ACERT, Andy? He went to the ACERT School of Design.
Isn't ACERT School of Design make everything blue?
I think so, but ACERT's colorblind, so he has an excuse.
Is he colorblind? I did not know that.
He is. He has an excuse for his colors, but not for his sculpt.
I was about to say, being colorblind doesn't excuse not using shading.
Yes, I believe you could still see variations in tone.
Yeah. Having had to do colorblind friendly design, yeah, that's a whole thing. Unfollow Acer. Are you still doing that thing where you're fighting with him for followers?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's really just a matter of justice. I don't think it's right that ACERT has more followers than I do. So the campaign ends when I get more followers than ACERT has.
Ah. Well, ACERT does know logic.
He does know logic. Maybe he's... Oh, I see what you're saying. He's hacking his way to more followers. That's what Kamal just said.
I mean, I wasn't saying that, but... Oh, my wife wants to attack my rum.
Someone clipped it. Clearly, that's what happened. Obviously.
Obviously, that's what happened. So, what booths are we looking at in this hall?
That's more than enough. Cheers.
I mean, to me, there's just the one in this hall that feels award-worthy.
Yeah.
Being CG Cody's, what's it called? Anchored Space.
Anchored Space was really awesome for me and really interesting. However, not to be that person, but the banner is lackluster. They've put on working title and early concept, which are both negative things to put on a banner. You don't want, you want coming soon or project Anchored Space or something. You want to keep it positive. And also, I'm curious as to why the awesome effect, which really is the thing that sells this booth for me, only turns on when I walk in.
That is a good point. I think if it was active before you walked in, that would be much, much more effective. And then you could do something else. Have it change somehow when you walk up on the platform.
Yeah. And also the text.
But honestly, it's just the tech demo. Like, just as a tech demo, I love the booth.
But I'm not judging a tech demo, I'm judging a booth.
Yes, I guess I'm judging the concept. But no, I agree with all your points. The wording, the banner could be better.
I mean, I am somewhat amazed he's managed to fit this into the thermo.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how he's done the wave fitting all of that into the thermo. Like, I don't know if those are individualized gadgets. You're not allowed to use emitters, so he wouldn't have been able to use emitters to emit those all up. Yeah, it's surprising.
Yeah. Must be a slick setup, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's good.
Is there anything in this hall other than that one that stood out for you?
I think RC Carball is so close to being good, but it's just got a few things that kind of let it down, but I think it deserves an honorable mention for eye-catchiness. I would have removed the glass. The color scheme doesn't help it, but it's so close to being an amazing booth.
The centerpiece is really, really strong. I would have liked to have seen the banner kind of like out of the way for that one. I don't think there's so much horizontal. It's just a very horizontal display. I feel like I want see more room, or bring it down, or something.
Yeah, I think if the cars had come down, or maybe it wasn't so perfectly symmetrical. It's so interesting because it's so close to being an amazing booth, and there's just a few places where they've dropped the ball,
So to speak.
so to speak. Yeah, move on.
Let's go.
19. Reminder, we're in Europe, so I'm not stopping drinking. Oh, this booth, these
what
booths.
hall are you stopping at?
We'll have to see.
Is it 18 by you?
I'll have to see. 18 is the legal drinking age in the UK. Right, booths in this hall that stand out to you.
Starfighter Gemini is pretty. That's a pretty bold statement.
Starfighter Gemini is definitely in my top 5 of booths. It's got a strong centerpiece. It's off-center, which actually really helps. The text on the banner is really strong. The color choices are really, really great. Small thing, but the thruster animation underneath it, it's subtle, but it really sells the booth. It really, really sells the booth.
Yeah, the little design is on the floor.
Yeah,
Just isn't
Starfighter
it?
Gemini is just up there.
I want to know who did it. I want to know when I can play it.
It has a demo though, doesn't it? No, it doesn't.
Well, it doesn't say it does.
And it's got no socials and no author name. It's a bit of a letdown, that.
That's all that's missing. It's just missing some credit, or
Yeah.
heads up on, do we get to play a demo soon?
Do you know, I would disagree with you, Andy. A slight wobble on the ship, I don't think would have worked. It would have put too much motion in the booth, and it wouldn't have... Like, at the moment, it's a really solid centerpiece, and that little bit of fume really helps. The problem with the moment you move it in any way, the temporal anti-aliasing, the motion blur on the object level would kick in, and the edges and the lines of the object wouldn't read as sharp.
I would love to A/B that, because I'm very curious. Very curious to look for that specific difference you mentioned. Because I'm with Andy. I would add the wobble.
You would
That
add the
be my
wobble.
first instinct. Like, make it wobble.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
If you can make it move, let's
Sure.
overdo it.
I mean, it might be a cool thing that when you walk into the booth, if it wobbled then, that might be a really good way to handle it.
Ooh, yeah. Actually, if you walked in and then it sort of powered up, like just bumped up a little bit and it started a little hover.
Especially if it had any kind of control surfaces, movable control surfaces on ships and robots, just really are my thing.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
animation would go a long way there.
yeah, there's 2 booths I want to call out other than that. Well, actually 3. One, and I'm going to just give this award straight away because it's the only one I saw. The Spanish Discord community. It's the only multilingual booth in Dreamscom.
I know I saw French in one,
Did you?
but it wasn't a community thing. Maybe it was the Infinite Dreams, the one at the Parisian train, like the Parisian train.
I apologize. I must have missed that.
But I stopped to talk about this one too, just because this is Dreamscom is the perfect opportunity to tell people about your community.
Yeah. And it's, it's got a nice little monster hanging on the beams, which is a nice little touch.
Yeah, I mean, I walked in and I thought, oh, this must be stuff made by people in the community.
Yeah.
It's a neat little showcase. I would like to see more of that. Like, hey, here's our community, and here's here's a
Well,
collection of things that we did.
There's been some we've walked past that I feel bad for not mentioning because, to be honest, the booths weren't as strong as they could have been. But things like Dream School, things like Dreams Bubble, yeah, there were a few communities like that are wonderful communities in Dreams. Their booths didn't shout out at me, which is why we walked past them. But I think it's worth calling them out.
What was the other one here? There was one more?
So two more. One which is not the greatest booth, but I think they've done such an amusing thing I kind of want to mention is the home of Hot Seat Gaming. It's such a bare bones booth, and it's not an amazing booth, but it's the fact that there's just a single chair on fire, and it's got, wow, that's a hot seat. Just does it for me. I don't know why.
This one made me laugh.
That's exactly it. It made me chuckle.
And they didn't have time to sculpt more props, but they prepared a very fine demo of the movie.
Oh, is there a good demo? I have not seen the demo.
Well, I'm reading their text. They describe it as very fine.
Okay. And then the other one I want to call out, because I think the visual design is really great, is United Imps Union.
Can I be honest about my reactions to this one?
Go for it.
Every time I see this one and I see people protesting, I just want to avoid it because people protesting is too real right now. Not like, you know what I mean? Like, so seeing it in another context just felt like a poor artistic choice, even though the presentation is fabulous and I don't think there's anything wrong with the concept. It's just that's how it hits me right now. Like,
yeah, that is interesting. That is interesting that you have that reaction. I mean, what is this booth trying to sell? I suppose is something I've totally forgotten.
I've also wondered that.
Seeking curators, architects, and creators to collaborate on a community museum.
So
You
I
see,
I think they want you to join the union. That's the idea. But why is the union protesting Free the Dreams? Like, I'm always struck by what's going on here, and I'm curious what's happening. But
see,
then I
they're
still
using the
haven't quite figured it
remix
out.
symbol, so maybe they want. Oh, let me turn up Keld.
Make everything remixable.
Yeah, maybe they want everything remixable. I think it's a tough one. It's a... Yeah. I do think visually...
But every time I walk into this hall, it catches my eye, and I'm wondering, like, it makes me curious because it looks like there's a narrative. I think they just didn't... I think the narrative just needs to be presented a little stronger. Just like... Are you recruiting me? If you're recruiting me, then, I don't know, give me some audio or something to, like... to let me know we need your help.
Yeah. Again, honorable mention for Blue Like the Color. It's this wonderful parkour scene. It's a really interesting scene. Just next to it, there's characters running around and such. But honestly, if you step back from it, it doesn't pull you in, which is unfortunate. Again, it's another close booth that's so close to greatness, and I'd give it an honorable mention. I'd give it a gold sticker or whatever, but it just misses the mark. But yeah, Starfighter Gemini.
I was really impressed by that one on my walkthrough, but then passing through again, I forgot there was something really great there, because the booth itself doesn't really call you over.
Yeah.
I think it's something important to remember just when you're making something like this is look at it. Don't spend all your time up close. Make sure periodically you're looking at it from a distance to see how it's gonna, because that's how people see it for the first time is from a distance.
Yeah, and as I said multiple times, when we go to physical conventions to sell our books, because for those of you who don't know, me and my wife do books and comics and things like that. So I've gone to conventions both in the game context and like Comic-Con and other kind of conventions. And you do learn the conventions and how they lay out the floors and what works at some conventions and what doesn't work at others. So I feel like there is a bit of that for Dreamscom.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Yeah, I like this. I like the banner on this one too. The way they took advantage of the metallic finish, and looks like metallic finish and spray paint.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like you've kind of got the blue parts are painted, and then the silver parts feel kind of like bare metal. And when you get close, it looks amazing. But just from a distance, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't scan.
Pull you in. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Oh well. On to the next one, I think.
That was a fun haul.
It is a fun haul. I mean, again, we have to say Starfighter Gemini is right up there with Pip Gem Walker and Dream Central and Ed's booth, and yeah, some real top class stuff.
Yeah, enter checkout, everything you used in the booth needed to be remixable because you have to release the booth as remixable to get it in the convention. So
do you think that discouraged people, or do you think that was fine?
I think it's more about people not having a really good handle on how the remixable system works. I mean, for instance, me, I understand it. I could explain it to you, but then when I went to create my own thing, I just kind of went la-di-da. This is all my stuff. Like, this is all stuff I've used before. There shouldn't be a problem. But there were a handful of things that I had to fix in the final hours before of the deadline because I didn't plan ahead. I didn't realize that they hadn't been released as remixable by me or like I'm a collaborator on them, and I was using a version of it that wasn't remixable. There were a lot of little ways to get tripped up.
Yeah, it's probably been the thing that's been the most that and version management are two of the things that have been the most troublesome to communicate, because most people haven't ever used like a source control or a version management system, and then the release management's really tough to get the idea on the idea to people of like when it's released like this, it's definitely this, and it's a tough one. It is a tough one. Yeah. Okay, so this haul, what is grabbing us in this haul?
Hey, I'm sorry. I just wanted to. I saw Multi-Moo in your chat. I don't have like an actual problem with the use of them using a protesters. I just wanted to say that's how it hit me. Like, I don't want to see protesters in a playful setting right this moment. That's all. I don't have a problem with it.
I mean, before we move off of that, it is interesting because no one submitted it, and we had no guidance on it. But for instance, if someone had submitted a political booth, it would have been a really tough question. You know, that becomes a very hard question, not one I would have to answer. Thankfully,
that is an interesting question. Yeah, like what do you want to put limits on what people can communicate outside of?
Well, it is a private space. So, for instance, if you were to go to Comic-Con, there are limits on political statements at booths.
Okay.
So, there are limits, but it's thankfully one we didn't have to face this year, but it's, and as I say, not a decision I'd ever have to talk about. Thank God.
I don't have that job either.
Yeah. Right. So looking around, what in this hall is grabbing us?
I think the two that always pull me over, well, I see three, but the two on this end, Donut Mutt and Jahiram, just the colors and the donut and the mutt always grab my eye. Like every time I walk through this hall, I notice those and I take another glance at them. So I mean, just for like eye catching,
I would definitely.
And this one has a nice example of the split design, like you've been talking about.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Donut Mutt, the use of emoji really catch your eye. It's really powerful. I'd also say the I always can't pronounce his name. The Ristmatai, the dragons.
I call him Sammy. I've heard him say that you can call him Sammy.
Sammy.
So that's what I do.
Okay, Sammy's booth really grabs my eyes. But yeah, Donut Mutt, the split design works really well. There's two clear games. There's a character that follows you, the little crawly spider. Yeah, the text coming out in camera space in Donut Mutt's thing makes the text really readable. I think it's a good way to do it. But yeah, I really liked Dragon Dance.
Yeah, more people didn't do that.
Yeah. Well, Bia, I would fully agree. To be clear, I fully support the BLM protests, but I would state they are political. I fully support them, but I would state they are political in nature, as in like they have a stance, which makes it tough in this kind of setting.
Political policies, so it's pretty.
Fully support it, but yeah. But yeah, Dancing Dragons really, really draws your eye. Yeah, I find it's just silly. Just silly. But you were saying.
Me then.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Andy said I think Sammy is a her.
Sammy's a her. Cool. I have been using they a lot when talking about people's booths, just to be safe.
Yeah, I try to go with they unless I thought I was confident. I am no longer confident.
So, yeah, Hirium's booth. I have to admit, I'm not a fan of the multicolor font. I find it a bit jarring. On there, the booth itself is quite nice and simple, but it's not got a strong call to action for me. Like, it's not a booth I would call out personally. It's definitely a well executed booth, but it's just not up there for me.
Agreed. Lena agrees too.
Yeah, I'd grab my cats, but they're huge and shitheads. I love them
That
to
makes me
bits.
sound pretty entertaining, actually.
Well, okay. How heavy? Do you know how heavy Lena is in kgs or whatever?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know in kilograms. She's about 6 pounds.
Okay, I'm gonna Google this. 6 pounds in kilograms. She's 2.7 kgs.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to know how much my cats are? And they're not chunky. They're a healthy weight.
Oh, do tell.
4.5. So that's
Lena was 2.7.
Hold on, 4.5 kgs in pounds is 10 pounds.
That's pretty beefy. That's pretty beefy. Ty, I think Ty is 16 pounds, which would be 7.25.
Oh, okay, so Ty is chunky.
But I don't have to pick him up. He's got a bend. I get delivery.
Yeah, I just had to do flea treatment on ours today, and we always have to check their weight because they have to get the flea treatment that's for bigger cats.
Bigger dose.
Yeah. Oh. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go kidnap a kitty.
Dual kitty stream. This is intense.
Wow,
That is intense, Lena. Damn.
Oh, yeah. No, Pixel's not happy with that. Oh, here's Vertex. He's more easy to pick up.
What?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Did I mention I just did flea treatment on them? There we go.
Not again.
Oh, well.
They're getting another treatment?
No, I mean, I did it like, we do it when we feed them because we have to hold them down and do the back of the neck.
stretch.
I do appreciate the kitty moments, though. You've got the kitty cams nicely set up.
We need another one for Ty. We need a third camera someday. I don't know how I'm gonna manage all those configurations though.
Oh well.
But it's close-ups.
That looks very relaxing. Should we nip into hall 17?
Sounds advisable.
Yeah.
Considering Andy says we're barely more than halfway.
Oh no, we're more than halfway. 42 or 43.
Nearly 2.
Okay, so we may be 17, but the law says I can still drink because someone who's over 21 bought the alcohol.
That's a pretty good law.
Right. So it's just the sale of alcohol to minors over here, you see. Anyway. What is grabbing you in this hall? Do you know, actually, I'm going to say now, my most disappointing booth in this hall, purely because I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Kilstrus has such a strong booth, but there's no banner, there's no branding, there's no, like, if you know who he is, you recognize it. But,
Agree, that is my... I really like his booth, but that's my criticism too. Like, tell me who made this cool thing, and maybe I can watch them somewhere.
yeah, very on brand for him, though.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 text gadgets, and we've got it.
Yeah.
Drive him to the stream.
Yeah, he just needs to put his Twitch full Twitch URL on the banner, you know?
Music by Benwave.
Yeah.
Lovely. I do like it.
Okay, so what else are we calling out on this floor?
Island Quest is a pretty strong display.
I feel like the banner's
Like
a bit too
the
busy.
Detail on the outside brings me in.
I like that they've wrapped the booth. I definitely put this up there. But, yeah, it's just a bit too busy.
There's a lot going on. There were some others that were similar style that I think were a little better, were stronger.
Ugly Sofa Gaming, I dislike the glowing text in the background, but I really like their front banner. Like, they're a good example of not having much in the booth, but really pulling you in. Like, it's obvious what they are.
Yeah, it all ties in really nicely. Like, very few elements, but
Hi,
Ugly
it's
Sofa
Sam here
Gaming.
from Ugly Sofa
There's the
Gaming.
ugly sofa. There's the TV. Like,
Yeah, they've got their socials linked. They've got voiceover in the booth. No subtitles, but they've got it.
I don't think I knew there was voiceover in that one. But yeah, the giant sofa gets my attention every time I walk through this hall.
Yeah. I just want people to know that a great booth doesn't have to have amazing art in it. It just needs to have enough visual interest to pull people in. Stunning art's not the only way to do it.
I think the lighting in the Noah one definitely catches my eye every time. Just the way they've managed to use some glow to get the prop in the middle to pop.
It's
like
a good wrap.
I like the depth of that one.
Ah. No, it's a very good wrap. They definitely present it up there. I do like that they've got the comment off to the side. Doesn't distract. Yeah, it works well. It works well. Anything else?
I think I'm good.
Cool.
We're going to 16, right?
16, yep. Oh, okay, well, I think you know the one I immediately want to call out here.
Same.
It's- Yeah. Magma has just kicked it out of the park. Absolutely nailed it. It's a stunning booth. It's a booth that could exist in reality. It's visually just amazing, but it's also clean. Like, he hasn't put too much in it. The music's good. It's got
There's so much
animation.
going on, but it's clean.
It's clean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that he's got the 3D
Yeah, so
sculpt
many-
of the dolphin and the 2D painting of the same dolphin.
Yeah, I think he did those on stream. Made the drawing one day and then decided to make a sculpt out of the drawing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's super, like, what is on the side here? Art kit. All right, here's my one complaint. Just a piece of feedback from Magma is you're streaming every day. Where's your stream?
That is true. He hasn't linked his socials.
Like, I've connected this mentally with his stream because there's his logo, there's stuff I've seen him made on stream. So I kind of thought that it would reference his stream, and I guess it doesn't.
I think
More
I was curious actually earlier when I thought about this. I need to look up the terms of service regarding the Twitch logo, but I believe he could have sculpted the Twitch logo and just put it in his booth.
Yeah, that would be enough.
Yeah.
That would be enough. But just visually, like,
And can we just
it's hard to beat this one just for a strong visual presentation.
take a moment to appreciate that the gradient of the banner matches the gradient of the background? It's just, it's so good.
The gradient is really good.
It's like how,
I
yeah.
could stare at that one all day.
You can
And
definitely tell.
I'm sure you noticed it speeds up when you get close to the dolphin.
Oh, does it? Oh, it does.
You can't even get on it.
Oh, I think I've had too much rum for this. I'm getting off the dolphin. Off the dolphin. But yes, you can definitely tell he's got a background in graphic design. It really shows through in his work. Yeah, speaking of booths that'll make you vomit in VR. Yeah, no, Freaks, I love his work as well. Any other... Obviously, Magma really steals the show in this haul, but any others you want to mention in this haul?
Nope,
I think...
only because my standards are continuing to get tighter.
So I want to mention two. I think Thoras 377 really has done a great job with that central character, with the animation. They've used verticality, they've got motion, they've got the bit of fog, they've got the stairs. I think they've done a really, really good job.
There's a portal in the back of its head.
Yeah.
That's great.
I think really, really stunning booth. The board guy behind the booth is just fantastic as well.
I didn't really take him in last time. I like him. Oh, and he's got word bubbles.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. I like that a lot.
I think this is a case where he really suffers from being across from Magma, but really strong booth.
Yeah. Similar colors.
The other one I want to mention, which I think has done a really good job, the only thing that puts me off is the color cycling logo, is Nautical Squatch. Nautical Squatch has got the whole booth wrap, they've got the verticality, they've done a nice split, the entire booth is well put together, the torches really pull your eye, there's not too much text, there's a lot of interest here. Like, it's strong call to action, this is a really strong booth.
I agree. I like that one a lot. Very nice. Kamal, I am so overhydrated and overcaffeinated today. I'm going to be the person who makes you stop for a bathroom break at the convention once an hour.
That's fine.
So, just full disclosure, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you come. You go right back. While he's away, going through, we'll just go through the whole series away. Planetoid, really strong centerpiece. The rap's not as strong. I hate the usage of work in progress. It's negative language. You never want to use negative language to describe your work. You always want to use things like coming soon or coming in this area or teaser or things like that. This next one, the KeldBjones, they actually destroyed the banner. So they're one of the few who destroyed the banner. Strong, simple sculpt, interesting, doing a lot with a little. I love the little frog reading the book. It's good. Core, the power within. Again, too glowy. Let me take a peek at chat, see what I've missed. Yes, it has been a huge learning experience for everyone, both booth creators and for those running the convention. I think there'll be a lot of lessons carried over to next year, and I'm excited to see how it all turns out. I really am. Funky but chunky. It's all good. As I say, I've commented on most of these booths already on other streams. This is more just talking about awards. I wonder how many players in the Dreams community own PSVR. Well, it's going to be a big teller for us to see not only how many people use PSVR, because obviously attachment rates are a big deal, but how many people purchase PSVR for Dreams. You know, how many people use Dreams as their first or third title on PSVR. It's going to be a big deal. Yeah,
on that list.
Yeah, no, it is an interesting one to track. You know, there's a lot of cool stuff coming out at PSVR at the moment. I don't know if you saw Iron Man, the game just came out.
Ordered the Iron Man bundle.
Yeah.
So I'm getting that on Monday.
Oh, exciting. So I'm actually, full disclosure, for the next week, I'm planning not to be playing Dreams, but to be playing a bunch of other PSVR games and to be talking about VR design. Because I'm very excited for all the Dreamers to get their hands on VR and dive into that. So I want to play a bunch of other PSVR games and talk about some of the stuff they do in those games.
Do you have a chat reader or something? I haven't caught one of your VR streams.
Unfortunately, VR and streaming is a pain in the neck. My trick is to, I use MIRC to connect to the chat. I've got some aliases set up, and then it reads the chat through a separate headphone system, which is not broadcast, because I find listening to robot voices on stream is annoying, but it's good enough for me to scan chat. But it does take a bit of setup.
At some point.
Happy to help. Happy to help. It does take a bit of setup, and yeah, it's a thing. Obviously, if you're streaming from PlayStation, there is a chat reader, but I think it's kind of shitty to stream from PlayStation, frankly, if you've got a streaming PC.
It feels bad once you got all your alerts and everything set up.
Yeah. Needless to say...
Also, if you from PlayStation with the VR, can it broadcast the camera still? Does it do that?
No. Well...
It doesn't broadcast the camera anymore.
So... I've got to be careful because I'm drunk and I'm trying to think about what it can do.
Get into it.
Yeah. Short version, stream from your PC, capture card, and then you can use your webcam. It all goes well. Streaming from your PC, you get your alerts and everything. It'll be a much better experience. And also, because you're using a Robo Talk thing, just for you, not for your audience, you can speed up the RoboTalk thing to like 1.5 speed.
Nice. That might actually work for me because my audio feed is the thing that's difficult for me all the time. Is I'm upstream of the PC, but I have control here. I could probably monitor that, isolate it. That would be good.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the way to do it. It's definitely the way to do it. Because you don't want to be reading text in VR, because if you've got something... So, This is probably one of the biggest changes. So, like, I hate supporting Oculus because they're owned by Facebook now, so I refuse to own the Quest. Personal choice. But the Go was the first VR headset for me, which was like, holy shit, text is totally readable in VR. So, PSVR is a bit too low resolution for too much text to be readable. So for chat, you really do kind of want the speech features. By default, if you stream from... What were you gonna say?
Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say I feel like it would be you wouldn't want to eat up the screen space either. Like screen space would feel pretty precious.
Yeah, if you stream from PlayStation, the option where they display comments in the headset basically displays comments right in the center of your vision. It's totally distracting. I hate it.
Yikes.
Yeah. Should we move on to hall... what is it? 15.
Sounds good. All right, Ty.
Oh, you can't stop stroking Ty.
Oh well, there's no end unless I end it.
No.
I can walk one-handed. We're going to 15. You said.
15, yeah. Right.
You want to
Scan.
go to the tree and take a walk? We're doing the bridge.
I know I've been in this hall. I know I've been in this hall. I know I've commented on the stuff in here, but I'm looking around and I don't recognize anything.
I know the Club 128K. I mean, just as far as presentation from the outside goes, that might be, or it might be one of my favorites.
It is definitely...
Well, I don't know what's in it, but I want to know.
It pulls you in straight away. I think it's one of the most attractive exteriors, much for the same reason that I said the I'm forgetting the name of it, the spacey one, the one where you took the photo with the head crab.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember the name.
I thought I'd written it down here, but I don't think I have. But
Too
yeah,
many
no,
names.
really, really good. I do not recall this hall. I feel like Gandalf at the moment. I have no recollection of this place. Splatty's Adventure is shouting out at me. It's screaming out at me. It's got the vertical space. It's got the colors. Kinda hate how much text there is in it. And it's a bit too hard to read the text in it. But the booth does get me to approach.
Absolutely. There's just a little, the glow is just a little overused here and there,
Mm-hmm.
but it does grab your eye.
Okay. Any others you want to call out on this floor?
I mean, Mechatropolis is kind of hard to ignore. It really makes a statement from a distance.
Again, I hate the glowy text, and it's a bit too busy.
You don't think it's in character? I mean, maybe if the criticism is readability, I get it, but it feels in character for the booth.
It doesn't make me want to approach it.
The text is a nightmare inside. This text is
Actually, the
difficult to read, and
text,
there's way too much of it, and it's all
the
spread out.
text inside, I don't mind at all. I'm actually okay with it. It's
Nope.
all readable. It doesn't distract from the outside, because you can't see it from the outside. So the text inside the booth, I'm actually okay with. It's settled quite nicely. It's just from the outside. The silhouette does not exist from the outside. It's a bit too much. I think it's also just the glowy text on the banner really knocks it for me. Here's a good test. When you're doing a visual design thing and you're looking at this booth If you imported that into Photoshop and you applied a bit of Gaussian blur to it, not much, just a little, how much would the silhouette still be readable? And at the moment, not at all. All the grays would fade into each other.
It's a fair point. Or you could squint your eyes a little.
Yeah, you can squint your eyes a little and you can kind of see that it just kind of fades. The archway, which really should kick ass and really should pull you in, the archway doesn't stand out from the background. Given the design elements they've used, as in if I was not to introduce any new design elements, what I would have probably done is I would have either broken the banner, or I would have reduced the archway in size by 5%, say, so it didn't clip the banner. And I'd potentially wrap some of the red wire along the edge of the banner to pull out the archway with the red.
Yeah, that'd be nice too. It does feel like a pile of stuff inside a booth. But I think that's what I like about it. Like it looks trashy, like fun and trashy.
Okay.
So like, 'cause I don't think it's the best. Yeah, but that's what we're here to discuss. The best.
No, totally. But it's good to have this back and forth. It's good to have it. Again, just next to that, Closter Factory, love the banner, hate the text inside the booth. Like, the actual centerpiece of the factory with all the moving parts, so strong, but then the text just wrecks it.
Yeah, I feel like it didn't need the top paragraph.
It doesn't need any of the text, really. I mean, you maybe want the socials in there?
I think you're right. I mean, there's two paragraphs there. One of them says, hey, developing this on my Twitch stream, but that information is kind of over here also.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious what kind of game it is just from the demo in front of you. Yeah.
Nice presentation, though. It intrigues me.
Yeah. Again, do less. Do less.
You hear that, Acer?
Everyone here knows Acert is one of my favorite Dream streamers.
After me. Right?
No comment. No. It's
Mal's not allowed to play favorites.
do you know what I will always remember about Acert streams? He was the first person to do procedural stuff in the Dreams community. And that's something that I've got a huge soft spot in my heart for. So when I saw him doing that, I was...
Dungeon Generator.
Yeah.
I think the rebuilt version of that might... Well, I don't think it's going to be out soon, but I know there's a rebuilt version that he intends to release at some point.
Yeah, I think Acert and Tannic Alloy are two of my favorite technical creators in Dreams.
I guess Acer knows a thing or two.
Yeah. Should we knock down to 14?
Let's go. Before I need another bathroom break.
Hey, I'm going through this rum at a pace.
If I stop for another drink, you better stop me.
I think I'm at my, what is this, chat? The third or the fourth rum?
I'm jealous.
Okay, so what is...
Hydration from JC.
What is standing out to you in 14?
I think the Plantains incident and PSVR are the two standouts for me in this hall.
I agree those stand out really strongly. One I want to call out purely as a standout, but I don't think the booth is that great, is the smiley face. It's hard not to be drawn to the smiley face. And I
notice it every time.
And well, this is it, right? And I particularly love the detail. If you look at the back of the smiley face, it's a tablet.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah. I think this is the drugs booth.
Someone took too many and fell asleep and didn't add their name.
Or they've just been smart. No, I'm just teasing.
The booth are amazing too, but the booth itself
The booth itself is a bit of a letdown.
feel lacking.
Yeah, no, there's
Assets they managed to get in there.
yeah, there's a nice Easter egg with the tablet detail, but yeah, the Yonka booth definitely stands out. If I'm completely honest, it's a bit too much TNA for me.
I've resisted commenting on that element, but it does stand out a little bit.
It's not a theme I'm comfortable with, especially in how it's presented in this booth. That being said, it's a very strong visual booth. The banner work is good. The centerpiece is largely good. If I'm honest, I just feel a little bit of revulsion to the object, like the TNA in it is just a bit too much for me.
Gratuitous.
Well, you see, I'm a huge pervert. I don't mind gratuitous. It's more the fact that it's gratuitous in a very objectified fashion.
I think the only thing I really like about this booth is the detail and the quality of the work that's in it. But stylistically and narratively, I walk up to it, I don't have any idea what the story is you're trying to tell me, or why this dude's in a chair and he's surrounded by TNA. Like, it's real. I think it's really missing that. But
yeah, that's basically it. It's exactly what Wraith said. It's booth babes at a con. If I'm legitimately at a convention, if I'm at PAX or I'm at GDC or I'm at Gamescom, and I see a booth that uses booth babes, first of all, booth babes are banned at most cons these days. Second of all, it would be immediately off-putting to me if a booth used any TNA at it. It's just something that would immediately put me off the booth in real life. So yeah,
it's amazing how quickly that changed. That was the norm not that long ago, right?
So do you want a funny story?
Always.
So I was employed by Ubisoft for 1 week. But prior to being employed by Ubisoft, I was blacklisted at Ubisoft. And the reason for this was there was a convention in Newcastle called Games Horizon, where Ubisoft had a bunch of booth babes in hot pants going around handing out pamphlets to say, come work with us. And I bitched about it to one of the Ubisoft producers there, and I wrote a blog post about it, among other things. It wasn't the only thing I wrote about that games conference, but I wrote about it. Years later, getting hired in quite a senior position at an Ubisoft studio, the person who was hiring me was like, why the hell can't I hire this person? Because apparently my CV was rejected by HR. And he went and kicked down some doors. Turned out I'd been put on a blacklist because of that article where I'd complained about the booth babes.
Wow.
I'd got off the blacklist. I got off the blacklist. I joined the studio. There's another story I should tell another time about why I was only there for a week. But let's just say I tore up a contract and put myself £5,000 in debt.
Huh. Wow. I look forward to hearing that story someday.
But yes, TNA at conventions, it didn't change overnight. There was a lot of pressure in the studio and in various places from people. And a lot of us got into trouble for calling it out.
Well, that's what happens when you're the one to speak up. Some people like to squash you down.
Yep.
Not cool.
And to be clear to everyone in chat, I'm not a prude. I'm a huge pervert. I've worked at a BDSM club as a hostess. I'm totally fine with TNA. It's just TNA in objectified circumstances.
Then let me ask you this, Kamau.
Mm-hmm.
How would you feel if there were Ubisoft or whoever, handing out leaflets saying, "Come work with us," but they included not just the babes. They included as many types of people as possible
I can
to
answer
be
this
scantily
honest.
clad and
I can
invite you along.
I mean, first of all, I'm married to my wife, so you can understand I appreciate TNA. But I have actually called out one of my previous employers, who I shan't mention again, from a private event, not a public-facing event, where they did have waiters of both sexes, clad not very much, oiled up and walking around with drinks, and I did actually call that out. Because it's just not appropriate in a work context.
Not appropriate for the setting that it was in.
Yeah, no. If I went to a sleazy club, or if I went to a club and I saw that would be totally what I expected. But in a work context, that's just not appropriate. One of the things I'm kind of hopeful, given all the stuff that's happened on with TwitchCon recently, and all the stuff that's happened on Twitch and stuff, and with COVID and with virtual conferences like this, I'm hopeful that there's less pressure on people to drink at events. Obviously, I enjoy a good drink. I'm drinking some rum and coke right now, but I think there's too many events that pressure people to drink to take part.
Interesting. Not been to many of these events, but I could definitely see that.
Did you not feel pressured at TwitchCon to drink?
I don't know. Being there, well, I wasn't really in any of special events. Like, I mean, it was either going to a panel where there's not booze, or going out somewhere afterwards where I intended to have a drink. So it didn't really come up.
Fair enough. A lot of people, and I'd include myself in this, have commented that TwitchCon, among other events, have overemphasized alcohol at their venues.
I feel like I heard a lot about that from the partner areas of the event. Like, I mean, the stories about, tables full of poured beers sitting out and stuff like that. Sure didn't sound like anything I had seen there, not being a partner.
Well, soon, Kelt, soon.
Soon enough. Well, we discovered yesterday all I need is for all the people who watch me every day to watch me on 2 monitors for the whole month. That's it. I think it's a solid plan.
So let's finish the booths, and I want to pick this conversation up at the end, because I want to talk...
oh, you want to finish?
Oh, of course I want to finish. I commit to finishing.
Well, I'm ready. I'm committed.
So here's the PSVR booth that you called out. I think the contents of the booth, personally, I find somewhat disappointing. I think the wrapping of the booth is really strong.
Oh, it didn't work for me. What happened? There we go. It's the transformation. I mean, the fact that it's a VR booth and suddenly you step into a different space. That's what I like about this one. I always want there to be...
Oh, shoot. I didn't even get that. I didn't even get that. Holy hell, that is so clever. Oh my word. Okay, I did not see that the first time I did it. Okay, it glitches out sometimes for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not triggering every time. It's a little weird.
But that is such a good effect. Okay. That's good. That's good. It detects your camera, not the puppet. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that is an interesting way of doing it.
Actually, yeah, that kind of does seem like a better way to do it, doesn't it? But I think the way it's working, it's not always triggering correctly.
Yeah. Oh well.
I've had my camera in here and had it not working. But anyways.
Good effect. Good effect. Shall we move on? Down to 13.
Let's go.
13 is my lucky number.
It's not mine, but I live with 2 black cats, so.
Oh dear. I'm going to leave you to comment on 13 for a second, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good. So this is 13. 13. Hall 13. I think the interesting thing about Hall 13 is that it's between Hall 12 and Hall 14, which is exactly where you'd expect to find it. That's kind of the standout. Otherwise, it looks like I think there are like 7 really, really great booths in here, and then this one. Dreams have meanings? Like, is this philosophy? What is this person selling me? I don't know. I can't tell. Metal detecting world. So is it a world that detects metal? I don't know. Just the communication on this booth is atrocious. It's very unclear. Very unclear. Take part of the creation challenges live on the Dreams Have Meanings YouTube channel every Sunday, 9 p.m. Bist Jimt. Dim creation challenges. Where's Connie?
Whew. Sorry, it's all this rum I'm drinking.
I think this booth is not only just horrendous in its presentation and appearance, but I think I can tell that it was made by a bad person. Okay, I'm done, Kamau. I covered all the important things about this hall.
Wow, that is a strong take to come in on.
You can't be the only one offering constructive criticism.
I mean, if I was to say anything about the Dreams Have Meanings booth, I'd say they're lovely, lovely people. But no. I'm sorry. I don't mean to immediately go, but no. I would say that the font is too glowy. The use of drop shadow is ill-advised. Metal detecting world reads really strongly. I love the pillars, but this 4-color wheel is an abomination. The colors are strange. The text box is all over the place. I get the 30-minute challenge. I get they're trying to block up. Wait, no. If you're doing 30 minutes, why are you breaking it up into 15-minute chunks? Okay. Makes no sense to me.
Oh, you're talking about I think that you're talking about the wheel?
Yeah.
I think the wheel is supposed to be like the wheel they spin to pick the topic.
But then it should have more
really
slices.
Tell you that.
It should have more slices, and it should probably be a 2-color wheel.
Yeah, and then just put a little triangle at the top so it looks like there's a pointer.
Yeah.
Also, they're really downplaying this shave part of Dream Shave Meanings. Andy said this should have been just a giant shaving cream cam, and I agree.
I feel so cruel right now. But yes, there is some keying going on.
What else is around here?
Okay, yes. Can we call out the good stuff, please? What's good on this floor? Ominous silence. Should we move on to
silently?
Should we move on to 12?
Yeah, let's move on.
That's 14. Let's go to 12.
Nope. I just did the same. The exit looks good. The jackpot one I liked, but it didn't do anything. So we're walking. I really liked the curtain reveal, the little character. There's a lot of nice things there, but then it doesn't pay off. Ooh. Sorry, I just saw the eye blink in my peripheral in that booth as I walked in. That's a weird one.
Okay, I really like Smarty as a booth. Smarty really shouts out at me. The Dreamsverse one, I think, is one of the clearer ones. I would say out of all of the community booths we've seen so far, I would give Dreamsverse so far the best community booth.
Yeah, I think Dreamsverse is really strong. Having a slideshow of the text is a really nice touch too.
It is.
Versus just putting it all in the scene.
Mm-hmm. It is funny to me because the communities, you would think the communities would have all of this great content and all of this talent to pull on. So I was really hoping the community booths would be stronger, but a lot of them have lacked coherence, whereas the Dreamsverse one actually has a bit more coherence to it. I really like that.
Yeah, and look at them. They were smart. They've got flowing sculpts, but not the whole booth.
Mm.
That would make someone sick.
To the stomach.
That was to the stomach. Oh my. Pinhead, thanks. Thank you for the follow-up.
Mm. Design by committee is challenging.
Straightforward, like really great presentation. I like the slatted sides.
Mm-hmm.
They just used the booth pole.
Yeah.
Duplicated it. That worked out great.
No, it's good. It's good. So the Smarty booth just across from it is, I think, the most visually appealing booth on the floor. It's got a very strong call to action with the play now there. It's got a strong central character. I kind of wish the Smarty text was 3D sculpted. But yeah, I think it's just the Smarty booth is really strong. And without having played the Smart...
Really good. I think the colors seem a bit flat for me, and that's why that one never jumps out to me. I always walk by it and go, oh, that's a nice one. And then kind of don't...
Fair enough. I see what you're saying. The character's main colors and the banner's main colors are the same, so it can mix in and blur a bit.
But it is a really nice one. Like, it's straightforward. It's focused. I feel like I want that, maybe just if that blue on the background popped a little more or something. For me.
It's a tough one. I think if they had picked out the background's currently just painted, if they had picked out the greenery on the background, that might have really worked. Also, I dislike that they've hidden...
that would help too.
They've hidden the merchandise at the bottom left here by the door. I think I really would have loved that merchandise to be put out on the countertop, because it's good merchandise.
Yeah, why is it hiding down there? I never noticed it.
I just noticed it now.
Oh, great. I wanted mugs.
Ah.
My booth.
Here's a question for you. Do you know anyone in the Dreamiverse who has so far made any branded merch?
You mean Dreams branded, or you mean branded for their own projects?
Branded for their own projects. Like you yourself, Keld, you've got a brand, you've got art. Is there any reason why I cannot purchase a Keld mug at the moment?
No, there's not. Come to my chat and do command merch, and you get a link, and you can purchase a Keld mug. But that is the only thing you can purchase so far.
Oh, is it only the mug? Okay, hold on. No. I need to see this.
I have mugs.
Oh, I'm not.
Andy's working on more.
Andy's
working on more emotes for me, and I totally want to. Take advantage of that. I think it'll look really good. I want a Keld crying mug, personally.
Okay, so feedback. Obviously that image is the most iconic image for you. I think it's kind of a shit mug, though.
That went down the wrong pipe. That wasn't really my reaction.
Sorry, I mean,
let's hear the constructive
you've got a white mug, but then you've got a black backing to that graphic. Is there any reason why you haven't gone for a black mug?
It should be a deep purple.
Or a deep purple.
Any reason that you mean like you want to see the mug match the color of the background of this image?
Yeah, or maybe just constrain the outline of the image to the character, or I put it this way. I love your channel. Love the branding. Could not see that mug in my cabinet.
That is very straightforward. Well, I hope the next round of mugs. I wanna put out more stuff when I get the new emotes, especially. But yeah, I will. Keep
I'm
that in mind.
glad to
We
see
can
though.
Basically, slap the two emotes on there with the
Yeah.
background and put the URL in the middle, and yeah, to get something out there.
Okay, no, I'm glad you got something out there because I really would love to see more from more people to get out there. But I will say, it's just so nice when you see creators put together something that is very much when they have thought about putting together that merch. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also someone who loves products. I love seeing physical things designed. It's kind of a passion of mine, and it's also kind of annoying to me because, as I say, I go to all these conventions and stuff, and like we think really carefully about the merch we put on our tables. So, for instance, we're both the sort that always like pocket mirrors. And so when we, instead of doing badges, which is the standard for a lot of con tables, we actually did pocket mirrors with our art on it. Because for us and for our books that we were selling, and you know, two gay gals who just primp and proper all the time, we really liked the mirrors. I'll admit, the mirrors didn't sell as well as I would have liked, but I feel like it was very in keeping with our brand.
Going to be a memorable thing too for someone who does walk away with one.
But yeah, sorry, this whole conversation spiraled out of the Smarty merch because I look at this merch, I look at these plushies, and the mug, I couldn't give a shit about. Yeah, but those plushies, I'd freaking buy those plushies in a second. So yeah.
That looks great. I don't know why they're not on the counter.
Yeah.
Definitely. I've missed those every time I've come by this booth.
Mm-hmm.
Inel loves merch. I bet Inel's got some good merch. Do you have some good merch, Inel? Drop a link to your merch in my chat.
I feel like Anil's got enough smarts to have good merch. Come on. If he doesn't, I'll be disappointed.
Everything else.
I'll be disappointed if Null doesn't have good merch. Because he's got so much energy in his channel and stuff. Like, come on. Drop that merch link and I wanna see that strong game.
Yeah. Kamal, you did see the Pig Detective panel in the gift shop, right? Not that.
Oh, I saw it on your stream. I haven't gone into it yet myself.
Yeah.
But yes, where's my Pig Detective merch? I want Pig Detective merch.
It set the bar too high. They're so good.
But you know, I physically want to buy Pig Detective merch.
Me too. No, I want the actual merch that I got in the gift shop.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Angry Bommy, I've never gotten bitten by my cats in a serious way. They like to play bite.
Andy, as someone who loves your work in the Dreamiverse, I am tempting you, and I am tempting you hard.
I work at a spring printing company. Don't tempt me. Oh, I see. Goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Elka watched the reaction on the Glitcher booth.
Yeah.
This is the extra critical day.
It's not critical. We're awarding prizes. We're trying to pick. We're trying to separate. You know, to separate, you've got to have both positive and negative critique.
Wheat and chaff and stuff.
Yeah, there's obviously promotional merch, but look, it's always going to be easier for you guys to do merch than it is going to be for us to do merch because you don't have to deal with Sony Legal. And with that, should we move on to the next haul? Oh wait, not 13, it's 11, isn't it?
I'm waving hi to DG.
Okay. So, ooh.
At his screen printing company. He's probably told me that.
So, the first ever games company I worked at wasn't just a games company. They were both a games company, a TV production company, and a marketing company. And something that the art director at this company did whenever they hired new people is he took them to the factory where they did the printing, because a lot of people who do digital artwork don't ever think about the paper and the inks and the different printers you can use, because it's not just like one printer you select for. And he would show them the work line and how their Photoshop file would convert into physical merchandise. And he really gave me a passion for that finishing quality and that bringing something into a physical product. So yeah, strong respect. Anyway, this haul, what's standing out to you?
That one pops pretty good for me.
Which one?
Frost Skull, the blue and orange.
Frost skull. Oh, frost skulls. There we go. Yes, that is. Again, it's probably me being too harsh, but that glowy text. That glowy text makes me worry. I don't like it.
Typically on the back, right?
Yeah, and a paragraph like that. And June, this totally counts as hydration, right? Me pouring more rum. It is one of the stronger ones, but
Yeah, I like that there's 3 of his avatar in here, like manning the booth, and the paint stroke illustration on the back is nice and clean. But yeah, I would gotta dial down that glow.
yeah,
It just makes it hard to read.
the
And
ones.
I think it's also just detracting from the other strong things that are happening. Your eye goes right to the text
Yep.
when there's more interesting things here.
I think it's a common mistake where people have made their text on the back plate facing out, and it really takes away. Whereas if you put the text off to the side or at an angle, it doesn't distract as much, and it's a lot more readable when you enter into the booth. My pick for this floor would be Callio's Journey. Again, the glowing text, I hate it. I hate it so much. But the actual art in the booth is really strong. And if we're overlooking that glowing text, the blackness and then this invitation into the cave and the music, it's powerful. It's a case of there's so many booths where I just want to go into the booth and I just want to go delete, 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 and there would be stronger booths.
And you'd be deleting the glow most of the time. That seems to be the most common call out. It's you know, it's easy when you go, oh, I can make my text glow. It's computer going to notice it more. It looks cool. I'm sure I still am overglowing text. Well, in fact, I think in my booth I've got too much glow. On the opposite day dodgeball, I like it, but on the left side, I think I went a little too hot. But yeah, it's tough to find the sweet spot.
Yeah.
When you're dialing it in, sometimes it can feel like more is always better.
It's something that unfortunately the Dreams engine as it's currently built doesn't support, which I really wish it did, but we don't support HDR. If we supported HDR, it might be a different story.
Yeah. I could see that.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that grabs you in here?
Not really, I've got to say. The What Becomes Us, I really love their portal, but there's just too much knickknacks around it.
Yeah. And the signs all kind of blend into the booth.
Elka, why does my Twitch banner say Flammable Penguins? Because Flammable Penguins is the company me and my wife run. If you go to flammablepenguins.com, you can buy any of her books, and you can buy my comic, which is filled with true stories from the games industry.
I think Dr. Gorilla might be onto something there. People overcompensate with glow because the white text doesn't appear actual white in the scene. The white text looks a little drab with no glow.
Okay,
Yeah.
but here's the truth. as someone who deals a lot with printed material and with books and things like that, it's very rare that you want white text on black or black text on white. You almost always want 80% black or 90% black on 10% white or sepia. High contrast is very uneasy on the eyes.
People also tend to edit stuff up close to stuff and don't consider how it will look from a distance. Another good point.
That does seem to be a common theme with these booths. Yeah.
Mr. Casey Jones. Rating with a party of 3. I've got a table for you in the basement. Hope you don't mind. You have to remove your fez. Thank you.
Yes. No no hat, no service. Oh, hat, no service.
Yes, I require shirt, shoes, and no fez.
Well, it's particularly rude to wear a hat indoors traditionally.
Mr. Casey Jones, and now this is a good 100% sincere statement. I recommend you watch the VOD of this stream, because I think you got one of the most glowing reviews from Kamau. That's not a joke. Like, you got a glowing review on your booth.
I mean, biggest ego for sure.
Biggest ego award. You heard it. You're the winner. So what do you like in here?
I was just looking around. Sooty Pigeon's banner disappears, and the Zen Garden's a bit busy, but both of those really appeal to me. The Sooty Pigeons, I like the verticality to it. It feels very natural. It's welcoming. I want to walk into it. It's just super welcoming. Welcoming is the word I'd use for it. Very appealing. It's sad that their banner, I don't think their banner's high contrast enough. Just as we were saying, some of the things are too high contrast.
For me, I kind of like that it sneaks up on you. Like, I mean, it's very readable when you're near the booth.
When you're near it, yes.
I kind of like how subtle it is. Like the choice of the green on green with all that green. I feel like they wanted the banner to not. They didn't want you to look at the banner first. They wanted you to look behind the banner first. And I love
that there's a little bit of blue backing peeking through. If you're in the booth, you'll notice there's a few bits and pieces of like yellow fireflies that just help settle the scene. Honestly, it kind of just wants me to take the puppet and lie down and just have a chill time. I love it. I really do love it.
That's one of my favorite, nature scene ones for sure.
But yeah, then the other one I would call out is the Zen Garden. It's a little bit too busy, but it's the only other visual interest one that I think is just really strong. It has a character that screams out to me.
I like the elephants in this one. I forgot what I know. I've walked up to this one, commented on it, but from a distance, couldn't really. I think it's strong when you get up close, but from a distance, it looks like a garage sale. Like
from a distance, the silhouettes don't read.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I also love the phrasing there, stampeding late 2020. And a pachyderm photo op. It's good.
Very nice. I want to give a quick award to, this is, were there any other songs in booths? I mean, I don't even think
there were a few. Yeah, there were a few.
Were there songs? I mean, I don't mean music. I mean, someone is singing a song about the.
There was one, I didn't call it out at the time. He's my favorite musician in Dreams. Unfortunately, his booth, presentation-wise, was quite weak, but he makes great music. I'm trying to think. I'm going blank on the name.
He did. Thief? Or Sauceless one?
Sauceless. There we go. Sauceless one.
Yeah. This one, this is my favorite song that I've heard in the convention because it's a song about the game, and it's ridiculous.
He is here to save your life. Yeah,
That's all. That's all. Best,
it's on topic.
It is, yeah.
I think, okay, curious question. Why aren't we awarding anything to Scenes of Tranquility?
Didn't really notice it till you said it.
I mean, that's part of it, but why is it not as noticeable? I mean, first of all, the glowy text can go fuck itself. Why the fuck everyone dials glowy text up? I'm at this point just sick of it. Sorry, that's probably a bit too harsh.
Unfollow glowy text.
But, and it's also probably not the best display font. However, it feels like the booth is so close to being great, and I'm trying to figure out what is missing from it.
I mean, they've got a sunset happening, and that's really hard to, like, maybe that background, maybe the back wall sculpt needs to glow a little bit instead of the ceiling as much.
Yeah, the ceiling glowing.
Sunset vibe.
Yeah, the ceiling's a bit off, and there's a lot of text off to the left that's multicolored and small and distracting. Elka's saying lighting. I think lighting's a good call. I think lighting's a good shout. It's disappointing because it feels like it should be a better booth. It feels like it's close to being a good booth.
It does, yeah. I can't put my finger on it either. Like, there's a lot of neat pieces there. For some reason, from a distance, the scale feels wrong. It doesn't feel like a place for me. It feels like a set. But then when I walk up to it, it seems like it's the right size. You know what it is? Maybe this tree. This tree is tiny. It has a tiny tire swing. The booth is sort of the...
Do you know, I think Elka nailed it. It's the lighting. If you didn't have that glowy ceiling, if it was darker, if they had tried to just sort of make the lamp the point of glow and the doorway the point of glow, it might have really just more centered it.
Yeah. Yeah, for that matter, I mean, you could put some walls on the sides to control it even a little more.
That's interesting. Sorry, it stood out at me, and I was like, why didn't that stand out to me earlier? And I was just wondering why it was falling down.
We're dividing into pro and against glowy text in the chat.
What? People actually support glowy text?
Well, at least one.
Who's supporting glowy text?
Intertac out. Glowy text is the best, and you don't want to admit it.
Well, I have taste.
Done. And a microphone.
No, I mean, who wants high contrast text in their face? Oh, wait, I went back to room 11. I need to go to 10.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that was 2 times in a row. 2 times in a row. Lena's meowing at me. I didn't realize she's in the room. And she's giving a little meow. And first I looked to see if someone followed me, because now my follow sound is Lena meowing.
Oh dear.
And then I looked in the game, because sometimes Lena meows come from dreams. No, it was the third source. It was Lena. Anyways.
Look, a little bit glowy is not a problem, because a little bit glowy helps you stand out during lighting circumstances. But if at any point, here's a basic test. Turn up camera motion blur a little bit, move your camera, and if the text is smearing across the screen, your glow's dialed up too much.
That sounds like a good test. And sooty pinions. Just feel like you're walking into a painting in that one.
I have to say, in this next hall, digital thing. Oh wait, you still haven't moved on to the next hall.
Oh,
Sooty Pinions is one of my faves. But yeah, in this next hall, digital thing is by and far my favorite.
I concur. This is just overall aesthetically, probably one of my favorites from the whole show.
It not only pulls you in from a distance, but when you go into it close, it holds up. And there's a lot of detail that doesn't scan from from a distance, like the bedding has the little strokes on it, the little stuff on the hearthstone. There's so many lovely little details.
Yeah, there are.
This text here is readable, but barely. But it doesn't detract from the signage text. Sorry, it doesn't detract from the booth as a whole. But yeah, no, it feels really, really good.
Yeah, you can get away with a lot because it's a third-person puppet. I feel like some booths get away with small text because you can position it. You can position yourself to read it.
Yes.
Like this one. But the other one, some other ones with small text, it's tricky to get the camera in the right place. So.
Yeah, I definitely think any future Dreamscom puppet should have the option to go into first person, like hold a button and go into first person for a second.
That crow is animated.
It's
yeah,
good.
just like a first-person look. Sure,
yeah, like a first-person look, like a peek through first person. Like I think third person's a good default. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. This is 45 minutes. I spent 45 minutes between breaks. I just wanted you to know. I hope it doesn't get smaller than that. I'll be right back.
While he's away, let's talk about the other booths. First of all, let me check through chat and see I haven't missed anything. Not biased at all. Did Keld break the seal? Not sure what Keld breaking the seal is about. Oh yes, now I do know. I'm only the only one drinking NL. Right. Verbal Creative, honestly, such a good booth, but it scans terribly from a distance. Scans terribly from a distance. Talking about merch, how much fun would it be to have that balloon? That balloon would be fantastic. Or a pillow of that. Be great. Then again, I probably don't want a pillow of a small child's head. Twitch, I love that they've put the socials in. It's a really strong booth overall. It just doesn't scan from a distance. It helps that I know the content. The content's really good content. But here's the deal, right? If I'm walking through this convention and I don't know the content, yes, it's got a bit of verticality, but there's just a bit too much going on in the booth. Like, what's going to pull you in? I find the Bobby's booth is a bit too much color for me, personally. I do like... Wait for it. Okay, the voiceover's not going. I do like the voiceover. I would have liked subtitles for it, but yes. Now, again, it is very Bobby. Tanya's booth, I really, considering they're a curator, I really would have liked to see more careful curation of this booth. I find it disappointing personally. I wanted Tanya's booth to be better. I think the good example of where she should be aiming, or I actually don't know if I'll go with they. I don't know them.
Tanya's a he.
He, thank you. He should be looking at the other museum booth we talked about earlier, and some of the other like collection booths, and aim closer to that. Because I love she. Okay, yeah. I love her collections. Her collections are fantastic.
Tanya is a she? Isn't Tanya its all-star? Well, either way.
I'm going to stick with they. They is safe.
Keep it safe.
Yeah. I love their collections. They're one of my favorite curators in the Dreamiverse. I would have loved to seen some of that curation in the booth.
Agreed.
Mm.
Agreed. The way to show off your impy. That's a good move.
It is a good move. It is a good move. Yeah. You know, it
But
is.
I mean, I think this has probably happened 2 or 3 times now. I've muted my broadcast mic and not the one that's going to you when I cough.
Oh dear. Well, don't worry about
Oh.
that. I mean, do worry about that, but
Yeah.
How about we just mute the cough? There we go. Anything else on this hall you want to call out?
I do like the verbal creative booth. I like all the detail in it. Like it makes me want to walk up to see what it is, like the balloons. And
So that is so funny because I was just saying how much I love the booth, but how much I hate the detail from a distance.
oh, really?
Well, it's too busy for me.
The vines come out. You know what? I think the thing is the centerpiece is behind the banner, and I think we're seeing this in some booths. Like when you're viewing them from a distance, there's a great centerpiece there, but it's hidden until you get up close.
So looking from your camera angle, it's the same problem I have. Look at Topher's Enchanted Crystal, and then look at the back plate, which repeats the exact same text, Topher's Enchanted Crystal. When you pull your camera back a bit, it's totally disorientating as to where your eye is meant to be. And there's just too much... So the fact that the balloons have a little bit of motion on them on the left and right are pulling your eyes to the side. But then you've got this glowy crystal in the middle and the spinny ball in the middle. It's just too much.
Yeah, it is hard to know where your eye doesn't rest easily.
Yeah.
As you're glancing around it. Oh, but hey, they got a Twitch logo in. Look at that.
And no, I do love inside. There's so like once you're inside the booth, their social's really good. The booth reacts to you entering it with the branches and the tentacles and stuff. It's got so much going for it, but it's just really bad at getting you to come into the booth.
I think that does it for me here in this one.
Cool. On to
We're so close.
hall number 8. What do you want to call out in hall number 8? Thank you, Anil. I think a lot of people will have registered these do's and don'ts themselves. Personally, I think the next year's game is going to be way lifted up in terms of booth design.
Hopi. Look out.
Oh, no, kitty.
Sure.
I'm glad you can take that in a positive light, Verbal. I really do mean everything in the most... And as I say, I do love your work. It's just trying to get it all across.
Anyone who feels bad, don't forget, she was harshest on me. Well, she said, that is a shit mug. I think my mug got it worse than my booth.
Keld, you know you're one of my favorite streamers, and you know I fully support your endeavors.
Oh, you criticize because you love.
I do.
I know
do
it.
indeed.
I know it.
So where's that YouTube channel?
So what do you like in this hall?
The Spells the Squirrel booth. Really good. Project Time Stopper, the banner sucks because of glowy text, but it's interesting. The booth draws my eye. And the Sounds of Nature Q&A really draws my eye.
Did you notice Spells looks the same as Smarty?
Yeah, very similar.
I just noticed that. It looks like it's this. It looks like it's a counterpart.
Mm.
Like that face is almost the same. I wonder if they're the same person.
I'm not sure.
He is the same. That's
The
same
tree
tree.
stump is the same, yeah.
Maybe that's just assets they worked off of, or maybe it's a related project. Oh, they had merch in the other one too, but this one has merch that's actually out. where you can
Yeah,
see-
presented. Which is ironic because I think this merch is quite weak compared to the other merch.
Yeah, I wanted that mug.
I wanted the plushie.
Time Stopper always brings me in.
Yeah, Time
And I'm
Stopper.
always disappointed when I get here and nothing happens.
I love the layout of the internals. I hate the glowy text at the top, but it really does pull you in. But then it doesn't do anything once it's pulled you in. There's no strong call to action. There's no reaction to you walking in. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the sounds of nature Q&A. Normally, I don't like it when they don't put anything on that front banner. But it's just really an interesting space.
Yeah, I kind of like the plain booth on that one. The plain banner.
Yeah.
I wonder what it does. The Sounds of Nature Q&A.
I was really hoping there was going to be voiceover when I first went into the booth. But yeah, there isn't.
I think that's the tease. Is it looks really appealing. It says Sounds of Nature, and then I think when I walk into it, I want to experience sound. I don't know, all the black, like it's very sparse, and it feels like, oh, it's sparse, so you can focus on what you're hearing.
Yeah. I would have loved that sound. I really would have loved that sound. Should we go on to 7?
Sounds good.
Counting it down.
The glowing text really pulls you in. 10 out of 10 would glow again.
I mean, speaking of glowing text, the dub reggae can go and fuck itself. Sorry. It's an interesting booth. It's bold. It's just that glowiness is a bit too much for me. I'm several
This is
runs
like one
and
place
coats
it
in.
will bother me.
Hmm?
Because it feels like it's designed to be obnoxious.
Yes.
I feel like
but
someone met their goal by making the glow obnoxious on this.
it's the kind of booth that if I saw at a physical event, I would not only avoid it, I would avoid the booths next to it.
Go-go juice. Well, I would walk by the booth, but I wouldn't go inside, and I'm not drinking their go-go juice. But
Music's actually not that bad. In terms of ones that stand out for me, really I have to call out Entropy and Moon Knight. Entropy, I think, is so interesting because they do this subtle, understated booth design, but it's really full and complete, and the archways are really interesting. But then 10 out of 10, when you walk into it, it transforms. And that's so potent and powerful. When you go in, it just, the flying books and the portal, and yeah, it's really quite something.
and there's just enough details to really bring it to life, it feels like. Just enough debris, just those little things flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, no, really, really potent. But yeah, then on the other end of the hall, I don't like, again, Moon Knight's text is a bit too glowy, but I love how calming and simple their booth scene is. It's on the relaxing end of the scale.
The text! It's so bright!
It is so bright.
God! Worn sunglasses to this comfort. It is nice and peaceful, and I like the light too. What did they do?
Yeah.
Is it just the open top? It just feels very. Maybe it's because everything's waxy.
I think it's everything's waxy, and ironically, they may have used a small bit of glow on the scene. But yeah, the text doesn't do for me. Do you know what was a huge disappointment with the Fungus Fox booth next to it? I was really hoping to hear the Fungus Fox song.
Oh yeah.
I really wanted to hear some music or just the tune, and I went in and there's no music, and I'm like, oh, but we all want to sing along to Fungus Fox. I don't know if it's just the thermometer thing, but here's another creator I know and love, but their booth didn't scream out me. The Islet Games.
I can't think of what they make. Those faces look familiar.
If you look at the puppet, you'll recognize the puppet. See the character?
But I can't place it.
Um,
Spoil me.
my
Where do
brain is short circuiting on the name of it, but they've done some good stuff. I know we've picked some of their dreams for
Alien Invasion.
Yeah, we've picked some of their dreams for MM picks. So I know that they've done some good stuff, but I'm blanking on the name. Yeah, it's the Alien Invasion game where he's just trying to get to work. That's exactly it.
Well, I'll have to look him up. I don't think I played that one.
It's a good game. It's well worth a play. Well worth a play. Ethan goes to work. Good shout. Should we move on to the next hall?
Yeah, let's go.
You realise I'm going to be skating with a hangover tomorrow morning.
Thanks for the link. Chancellor Jellyfish.
Okay. Things to call out on this booth, on this floor. Chibi, really, really strong for me. The Macaroni Mayhem and the Coat Check.
Coat Check is one of my favorites. Just for pretending to be one thing and having another thing inside. I'd say this booth, whatever booth this is that I'm in right now, wins for best pushable character.
What booth is that?
Best
Check out
pushable
our
character.
assets, Death Grounds.
Get a photo on the show floor. Another
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of the most inappropriate place you could push this character.
Well, sometimes it's just how it works out.
Hold on. I think I've got a place to push the character. You're going to Code Check. I'm going somewhere totally different. Come on.
I wish you could turn it around. I think it's stuck facing the one direction.
Yeah, it's stuck facing
What
the
if I
window.
could send it through a portal and it actually ended up in the other dream?
I'll sort it later, love. Don't worry. Okay, I'm trying to get it next to the cute chibi character, and I think that's the perfect screenshot, just there. There we go. Just by the sword. Come on, turn around.
The chibi booth is very nice. By the way, I think it's understated.
Yeah, I really like the chibi booth. It really appeals and pulls you in.
Maybe it could use some colors other than there's a lot of the gray and blue. Maybe that's why it's not. I just wanted to.
I really like its colors. I think it's a bit pastel-y. I love the flowers. I really love the flowers repeating pattern. I'm totally on board with it. I
mean, it has cat coins, so I'm on board too.
Yeah, though, no joke, the character really needs to run a brush through their hair.
Well, it's been, I mean, this is day 4 of the convention. Maybe they haven't had much time to
Oof.
take care of themselves.
Yes, and then Macaroni Mayhem. Again, it's just one of those comedy booths for me.
Macaroni Mayhem looks so cool, and then every time I get here, I want...
Oh my god, if you walk into
I feel like I would
the
want something else to happen.
walk into the glowy circle bit, and the little puppet thing flows down the slide.
You know, I don't think I've seen that happen yet. I think every time I come here, I want to see that happen.
There we go. Slide!
Dr. Gorilla said the colors are amazing on that last one. I'm still very curious what happens in Macaroni Mayhem when you press X.
I mean, it's done its job, right?
I'm curious. I want to slide down a macaroni slide, and I didn't know I wanted that.
Cool. Should we move on?
Go.
Coming
Is it
down
5?
to number 5. In low digits now. Ooh. Oh. I really need to slow down.
I cannot
and
believe
run.
how time is flying at Dreamscom. Every single day I've spent at Dreamscom this week.
I have to say, outside of maybe playing some of the demos, I'm pretty sure this is my last day at Dreamscom.
I think, yeah. I have some demos to play, but I've spent...
I have streamed Dreamscom for like 3 days in a row now. I'm pretty done at this point.
I think I'll have streamed 12 hours of Dreamscom. Yeah, by the time we're done.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It is
But
a
I've
lot.
enjoyed the hell out of it.
It's been... I mean, the fact that we've got 12 hours of stream content out of Dreamscom, that's pretty impressive.
And that's, yeah, playing a fraction of the demos.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, Dreamscom is a perfect example of what E3 feels like. Just imagine Dreamscom, but with a slightly bigger budget and more pressure to write the good stories. And a lot more noise.
Look at that YouTube.
People forget how loud the show floor is. I appreciate that the speakers of these booths are contained. Okay, so on this floor for me, Islands really stands out and Pollen really stands out.
Those are probably 2 I would pick too.
I don't know what it is about Pollen, but it doesn't quite get like the top marks from me. I think maybe it's the banner at the start being a little bit fuzzy. Maybe it's just too much yellow. But Pollen is so good, but it just doesn't hit that top mark for me. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's got a little bit of animation, but
Yeah, it's like it needs another color or something to keep it from being such a sea of yellow.
yeah. I think that's it. It's too...
So now big potential when I walk by.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Pixel Gorilla's got it. There's not enough contrast in it. Because the contrast of the Bee Queen popping out is really powerful, but then there's just not enough picking out the rest of the booth. It's a bit too flat in color.
Yeah.
Yeah, some shading on the hexagons, Bella, that would really help, I think. Maybe a bit of a gradient to them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be huge, I think. If you gave those a little texture, so it wasn't all flat.
Or maybe some oozing yellow honey. Just something. But still
Or
a very,
something.
very
Whatever.
strong boost.
That little something. You know.
Yeah. But then Islands is bold, it's simple. Again, islands like Pollen, I would put it a solid B plus to A minus. In that it's very competently executed, but it's missing that wow factor. It's got the animation, it's got the bold text, it's got good sight lines, it draws you in, it's got an invitation, it's missing socials, it's missing call to action, but more than that, it's just missing that small bit of wow.
Yeah, hard to put your finger on what could push it over the top.
I mean,
But
for
I like
me,
the balance in the presentation.
yeah, for me, if there was maybe some light glowing out of the door, or maybe if that crystal had some animation on it, or we just had some extra element to it. It also doesn't have any audio that I can see, or hear rather. But it's close. It's like a solid A minus B plus booth.
Nice booth, Islands. I still
Yeah.
wish I knew who you were. I want names on everything. Personally.
Do you know what I was thinking? You know what would be
I need to
amazing?
learn about the community.
I'd love if we could have the creators imps by the booth and just go to the creators page.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Because the thing is the
I
creators
would like to go to the
page.
creators page.
Yeah, the creators page is a Dreamiverse page, so you could go to it without unloading the dream.
It's,
Yeah.
that would be great. That'd be great. I would also like to add to my play later from the booths. I would.
Oh.
Yeah, I would really enjoy that.
That would be so amazing. Just like a one button add to play later option.
I would have pressed it. Yeah, I would have pressed it a lot. My play later would be full by now.
That's a good shout. That's a really good shout. Yeah. Yeah. Should we go on to the next one?
Shakalaka. Yeah, let's go. Thanks for the 100 bits, Boom. Other way, we're Hall 4. Man, that means I gotta actually like choose some winners or something.
I know, we're coming down to the crunch. Okay, so, I mean, we're getting into some really strong hauls here. Dorian, I've got to say, one of the most consistent uses of branding and one of the strongest booth designs considering the branding that I've seen. The fact that Dorian has basically managed to take their intro from all their games and turn it into a booth, fantastically consistent branding.
Absolutely. And to tie the intro, like to put a little extra layer on the intro, I mean, these little fictional games here. Okay, so personally, I love this for all the reasons you said, and then some, but I felt like it could sell the concept a little better. I don't know. It's ancient games history. I think maybe the issue is when I first walked up to it, I started reading everything else before I noticed that it said ancient games history.
Yeah, I think that
I feel like something to like just say, hey, this is what you're looking at a little more clearly when you walk in would have made the joke land quickly for me.
Yeah, I think that there's too much text in it. I think it tries to do too much. The thing that I'm going to say it now. I want to give this award to this booth. This is the most consistent branding in the entire Dreamscom. There's no one who has played an Udorian game who sees this booth and doesn't recognize it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just such a strong, consistent through line from a brand point of view.
Nice job. You know what I said when I saw this booth? I said, ooh, Dorian, ooh.
Ooh. So, in terms of intriguing, the booth just to the left of Udorian, super intriguing and super disappointing. I want to love it. I want to go up to it. I want to see it. I get into it. No fucking clue. No follow-up. No call to action. No text. No press X.
Just curiosity and no answers.
But I mean, isn't that such a strong booth from an outside point of view?
I'd be pressing X if it asked me to.
Yeah.
based on what's in the booth. But yeah, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
This is a really strong haul. These last few are going to be tough.
They're going to be tough. The Crystal Guardian, gotta say, I love the iconography on the banner. I love the text. It's a bit too glowy, but it's not crazy glowy. The Crystal Guardian reads okay-ish. It gets a bit lost. I love the fact there's a QR code. I love the silhouette of the Crystal Guardian because it's rotating. The whole booth just really pops for me. The only negative critique I would say is other than the Crystal Guardian thing being a bit too busy, when the floor lights up when you walk in and you walk out, the floor doesn't unlight. I really want the floor to go back to its original state when you walk in and walk out.
That would be nice. That would be a nice touch. Because once you see it the first time, you want to see it again. Like you will walk out and back in just to make it happen. I think also the logo being placed right in front of the screens with a bunch of text on them.
Yeah.
Really, it detracts a little from how excellent that logo is.
I think the thing to do in this circumstance is to put a fog gadget behind that and to have a good fall off.
I think that would push this one over the edge. Really, really make it pop. I mean, if the fog dissipated as you came up to it, and because that logo is enough to draw you in, I think. Like that logo and just a hint of what might be behind it is pretty alluring on its own.
It's powerful. It's really, really powerful.
Order some fog. Order a fog machine for that.
Yeah. So much good stuff in this thing. So Remind Remastered. First of all, I think the most playable booth. I love the curtain pull away as you walk up to the Remind booth. I love the fact you can effectively play the game inside of it. It's just so interesting.
Yeah, it might be is this the best playable booth? I mean, it's the slickest.
I think it's either this or Chaz for the best playable booth. They're very, very good. Yeah. Very impressive booth overall. And I really like the curtain effect. The curtain effect with the please enter, which is a welcoming thing. It's so well done. So well done. Have you got stuck into playing the game?
I just wanted to show the button. Just show what it does.
And then just next to that,
with all these.
Just next to that, we've got Tiny Space, which has got the verticality. It's got the bold logo. It's got the logo pulling you in with animation. It's got the invitation of the doorway. It's got the invitation of the stairs. It's got the animation of the smoke. There is so much going on with this that I can just rave about. The fact it's got 2 paragraphs of text, but the 2 paragraphs are different colors. They're small enough that they don't confuse you from a distance, but they're big enough that when you go in close, you can actually read them. There's so much to recommend this booth.
I'm down to someone complaining that they broke the rules by removing the top part of the banner. Because not everyone heard that part of the rules.
What's that?
Just waiting to hear. I know Entropy is in chat. Well, I don't know if he's in chat right now. But Entropy built one where he removed the banner from the top, and then Jamie told him, "Oh, I kind of was intending you build on the," and then so Entropy redid it. But then all the other ones that did it and submitted it that way, we have to hear about it. We got to hear about it. He's a little bitter. He's bitter.
I think that's totally. I think that's a totally valid thing to be bitter about. If I'm honest.
Yeah. It was a nice booth. His first design.
There was a lot of effort in this booth. There's a lot of effort in the Streamscom. A lot of mistakes were made. Improvements for next time. But if I'm completely honest, I do think people who submitted early and got critique probably were forced to follow the rules a bit more closely. So,
I think also, yeah, some people went with the ask for forgiveness instead of permission, and that seems to be the tactic that worked here. But yeah, this one's a showstopper. Tiny Space is too good.
it's so good. It's so good. And the game itself is amazing as well, which helps. So then,
Damn, I forgot how good that one is. It's
Llama Quest. Speaking of Jamie, hate that the Llama Quest title is repeated on the front and back banner. It's such a strong booth, but the repeating the front and the back text like that, it does this horrible thing of distracting your eyes when you're pulling away from it. So yeah, that's something. I love the centerpiece here. I don't know, how do you feel about these physical screens, which in a real game booth would make a lot of sense, because you would want PlayStations and you would want multiple areas for people to engage with the game demo. But here it doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Do you mean with the virtual convention?
Yeah, because it's a virtual convention. It's a limitation of the physical convention that Jamie has interpreted into the digital convention.
I think I find that charming when it pops up. I think when all the people who've done that, like things you don't need at a virtual convention, but you know, it's a booth to play the demos, and then they got the little station set up. Yeah, I think I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
I mean, overall, the booth reads really strongly.
We're all in different realities in this Dreamscom, right? Like some of the booths are really straightforward and like very, very grounded, and then others are clitoris and.
And then we've got the U-Man booth, which has got this wonderful robot construction that is way too slow. And I wish it started without me having to engage it, and I wish it looped, because I think it would pull more attention then. But yeah, I mean, there's so much strong stuff on this floor.
I didn't realize this thing goes through a whole assembly process. I've never hung around.
Oh yeah, it finishes to the point where that robot actually walks around the floor. But it is so slow. It's like a full 2 minutes.
I wonder if it's frame rate. Oh. That's pretty cool though. My biggest disappointment was there's nothing to play. Like I was hoping there'd be something to interact with. A demo of the booth, but no.
Yeah, it's way too slow. I would have liked if it was just looping in the background, this construction. I think that would be really interesting, because the speed wouldn't need to be sped up. You would want it to be slow. But there's a progress bar, if you see there on the right. And you can see just how much time is left on it.
Yeah, I wonder if it's running half speed just because of the frame rate issues.
Magma, thank you so much for the raid. We saw your booth earlier. It is in strong contention for best booth of Dreamscom. We're talking about the others, but yes, it is definitely in strong contention.
Hi, Magma. Wow, I can't believe I didn't see any of this.
Yeah, it's a whole process, but it's way too slow. I would have liked it to just loop normally. And then, yeah, as I said, when it finishes, which it should do now the robot follows you. And it's like...
It's yours. Mine's still at 85%.
Well, my robot's following me now. And, hey, Nightmare, how you doing?
Stays in the booth?
Stays in the booth. It's not the granny with the bat chasing you around the floor. Should we go on to the next one? Or are you waiting for your robot to finish?
Yeah. No, I saw yours. That's good enough.
Hall 3, we're almost at the end, and we're almost going to have to make some hard decisions.
Will anyone be mad if I get to the end and say, everyone gets an award? No,
Yes.
that's not very interesting. I'm going to give awards to everyone with the most glowy text. Oh, no.
Okay, so looking at these booths, which stand out to you?
This one's like, they're all just sort of nice. There's a lot of like nice booths in here, but none of them really. I think Teletechnologies pops for me, and it would more if I wasn't already familiar with it. Like just
So,
having a version of that in the past.
ironically for me, it's totally different. It's Left to Rot and Dangerous Mountain Walk.
Those are the ones that draw you in?
Mm-hmm. Teletechnologies, I really like their animation as you get close. It's powerful. But I think Left to Rot's got a very good visual. I love the Coming Very Soon. I love the centerpiece. It tells a story. I'm curious about it. It's got text. It's readable.
I like this one.
Dangerous Mountain Walk, I just find it really interesting. It tells a story. The only thing I think that would make Dangerous Mountain Walk a bit more interesting is if we had some puppets in it, like some little miniature characters like holding on. I'd love to see like maybe a bit of grass or greenery on the cliffside to break up some of that monochromatic look.
That would be great. I love the thing I liked about this one is just that it feels like a miniature. It feels tactile. It feels like something you would really walk around. And I always love seeing miniatures in museums and stuff.
I think the things that really sell miniatures for me are things like the little people in them, or the little trees, or the little pieces.
Yeah, that would push this over the edge.
Yeah.
That would be really nice.
But yeah, Left to Rot, very strong. Very, very strong.
Oh, no. Boom, I'm sorry. I'll give you all the attention afterwards. Thank you for bits, but I'm not doing dramatic readings of song lyrics at the moment.
Oh dear.
There are expectations on this stream, and they're going to be a little altered right now.
Sorry, I've been dragging him through the booths at speed. We're going on to Hall 2. We're almost at the end of this. Hall 2.
No, wrong end.
It's getting tough.
I'm jogging there.
Mm-hmm. So now in Hall 2, I really need to shout out Toya Destroyer, A Little Perspective, Komaribi, and Lost Peak. So many shouting out on this floor. Lost Peak, I think, is potentially my favorite visual set piece. It's so stunning. It's by Embergs, and one of my favorite details about Lost Peak, when you walk into it, first of all, he's replaced all the poles with the bamboo and stuff, which looks really fantastic. But when you walk into it, the Lost Peak's text anchors to the camera, which is just so good. So good. As you go in, it anchors, and
That's a
that's
nice touch.
such a good touch. The character looking up, drawing your eye. Yeah, so much positive stuff to say about that. I'm going to be right back. I have been drinking a lot of rum. Hold the fort for a sec, cup.
Let's see what I can do. I don't want to talk about the booths that were mentioned already. Did that say Mandelbo? Mandelbo? don't know if I caught the Mandel booth. I don't think I walked into this one yet. Step into the portal and go to a jukebox where you can listen to songs from my very unfinished project, Handy on the Precipice. Cool. Mandel booth. How's it going, Magma? Oh my goodness. Boom? Okay, Boom. Are you still there? Oh, where are those lyrics? Where are those lyrics? She says... Got to hold on to what we got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We've got each other. And that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot. We halfway there.
Halfway there?
Is it
Living on
obvious
a
I-
prayer?
Song? Oh, is that Living on a Prayer? Oh my god. Yep, now I get it.
Halfway there. Oh, oh, living- Yes. Anyway, where were we?
Mm-hmm.
A little perspective. Oh my god, how genius is this booth design?
Now, Rabbit Jellyfish felt like his was a little basic. So what do you think, Kamal?
I think it's genius. I think it's fantastic. I think it's intriguing. I love the animation. I think the stairs is a really good invitation. The visual design's really strong. The one critique I would give is the banner text. Doesn't need to glow as much. I know I've been saying that a ton. The banner text, a little perspective, could have taken up the entire banner. I would have removed Rabbit Jellyfish Presents and maybe either moved that off to the side or incorporated it into the booth somewhere. I love you have your jellyfish in the center top. I would have made it maybe double the size and a little bit taller because at the moment it's easy to get lost in there where it is. And if you see most angles you look at it from, the tip is lining up with that middle bar, which breaks the silhouette line. But it's a very strong booth. It's a very, very strong booth.
Yeah, I kind of like that the jellyfish is hidden. I mean, I've been to this booth a bunch. I saw him working on it. I saw him put a jellyfish in it. And yet, this time when I went up to it, just didn't notice the jellyfish, took everything else in, and then you pointed it out. And I went, oh, yeah.
I mean, I suppose
It feels like an Easter egg more than...
the question is it meant to be an Easter egg or is it meant to be something that draws your eye? If it's an Easter egg, then it's perfect.
Wow, rabbit jellyfish.
Hmm.
Yes, I put so much effort into this booth, definitely, says he.
The thing is, and this is such a hard thing for people to hear, no one gives a fuck how long it took you to do. They just care about how good it is.
That couldn't be truer. Unless they're paying you by the hour, and then they definitely care how long it took.
Oh yeah, no, then that's a totally different situation.
Yeah. Nice one.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Toyo Destroyer.
Might be my favorite lettering that I've seen.
It is such gorgeous sculpted
The
text,
lettering
isn't it?
is so good.
The music's also
I
really
noticed it in
good.
the booth the first time. The music's also good.
Yeah, the music's also really good. Like the sound bed in it.
We've got a spider. That's the third booth with a little creepy crawly that.
I think it's the
Wonder-
fourth booth actually, with the creepy
fourth?
crawler. Because we had the spider booth, this booth, the one with the green spider, and I'm sure there's going to be another one. For some reason, everyone wants a spider to follow you around in the booth.
Well, the colony booth is the only one that scared me.
The
The only one
colony
that
is
made me-
definitely the creepiest. Oh, man, the competition's getting so good. I want to mention Komoribi before we move on, by the one and all. Mostly because the water effect on the ground is so fantastic. The art is fantastic. Again, it feels like a little diorama. There's a little bit of sound bedding, which also feels fantastic. The whole piece just holds together really well. I'd like a bit more of a call to action. It's got the title, but it's a strong booth. It's a damn strong booth. And if it was in the 20s or 30s, I think it would have a really good chance of us saying this is our favorite booth of the floor.
I agree. It's like I feel like they are getting better towards the beginning, and I'm getting judgier, more selective. This one really does stand out, though, and they've managed to fit a lot of detail in in the budget that you have.
I mean, just look at the little the shrine on the top there, the little bit of red, and then the other one with the green roof there. It's a lot of detail in there.
Kind of crazy how many different assets it seems are in this scene.
Yeah.
Feels like a lot of stuff.
But this is also the reason I wanted to start at the back and walk forward, because if you start off with the first hall, I think your level is set at the wrong level.
As soon as you walk into Europa, like that one, that's definitely a highlight of the whole thing. For
So
me.
should we
like,
go through to hall 1?
Through the exposition. Oh,
The primary hall. Such a powerful hall. Okay, so first of all, I suppose the best way to ask this question is there any booth in this hall that disappoints? Is there a single booth in this hall that you don't want to call out? Because I'm looking around and I feel like I need to talk about every single booth in this hall.
I think we should make the rounds. I mean, obviously this one is loaded with the people who are doing a trailer.
Yeah.
But they might have even had more time to work on their booth, or at least to think about it.
Yeah, no,
Right, such strong ones.
So starting off with Mimeo Prophecy, I'll go out on a limb and I would say out of all of them, I think Mimeo Prophecy, from purely a booth presentation point of view, is probably the lowest on the floor. There's a bit too much text going on. The repetition of the title on the front and back is a bit lost. They've still covered up the poles. They've still got verticality with the trees and stuff. So, you know, if it was in any other floor, we'd be calling it out as potentially best on floor. But there's just so much competition on this floor. I love the doggy running around. The fact that you can tell the dog that he's a good boy. You can tell him down. You can tell him to sit. It's adorable.
You can pet him if you really work at it.
I also love the fact that, I mean, the branding of Mimeo Prophecy is really obvious. If you've played Chapter 1, you'll immediately recognize this. You'll be excited for Chapter 2. I know I am.
Yeah, it feels like the elements of the booth are just a little too evenly spread out over everything for me. Like the text is kind of... I've never paid attention to that text because it's all spread out.
The thing you need to do with a booth like this, Mimeo Prophecy has so much potential in it. The key is you have to have a vision for the booth. You have to say, what is this booth selling you? What is this booth telling you? And the booth is just a bit lackluster in that it hasn't got a focal point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe it doesn't tell the story of the game as well as it could.
Yeah.
But it is interesting. And the dog, you can't beat the dog.
Yeah, no, it's a good booth. To the top, just to go around in order, I suppose. To the top, I love these wooden signage. A few other booths here use this sort of triangle wooden signage. I think it works quite nicely. I love the arcade machine prompt. I love when you walk up to it, how it lights up. I think that's a good call to action. I love the to the top neon signage. Wins my heart in so many ways. Small things. The fact that the neon signage has end caps on the neon really does it for me. The only thing that's missing is when you do neon, and you do neon end caps, I did a whole stream about this, but neon tends to be dimmer towards the end caps than it is in the center of the bulb. And depending on how bright or well established the neon is, there is a bit of a standing wave effect in it. Having said that, though, I'm holding it to a very high standard here. Just the fact that there's end caps on the neon makes me very happy.
I didn't know there is a little, just one of those segments has a pulse to it.
Mm-hmm.
They're all supposed to, or if he made just that one just to give it a little imperfection?
Little imperfection.
Yeah, neat.
It's the detail.
How do you look at the white text on the banner?
Yeah, it's the eye for detail. I really like it. I also particularly like how, if you look at the back here, the back of the top booth is clearly like cardboard cutouts and like cardboard stands for the back bits, which I really love. It's just a nice little detail of if this was an actual physical booth. And on the back of here, you've got, and probably some secrets too, on the back of one of the wooden chalkboards.
That's so slurm.
Yeah, so good, so good. Okay, Pig Detective.
Oh, yeah, see? I really like secrets, he says down there.
Yeah. It's so good. The only thing that would be better if Slurm's Mackenzie logo was hidden somewhere. Oh, it is! On the back of the other board. It's
I was
hidden.
going to say.
Oh. Okay, so Pig Detective. Pig Detective. First of all, the rotating bulb lights. Love them. Love them so much. I'm so disappointed that only Pig Detective used that aesthetic. It's such a strong aesthetic.
Yeah, it's a nice choice.
Mm-hmm.
Careful, Andy's here. He's going to get a big head.
The talking character, I would have loved subtitles on this, but the talking character on the barrel, it's so tying into circuses and presentations. I love it. I love the stand panel here. It's just so powerful. The text on the background, I love the clock. I love the lights. This painted text is so well done. Like the painted background is so well done. The bamboo with the ties. It's all the detail. It's all the detail. Like, I could rave about this booth for so long. I want to go in. I want to go through the curtain.
Yeah, if you didn't see the gift shop.
I saw the gift shop in your stream.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more biased, being that I am collaborating with most of the main culprits that are all involved in making this. But yeah, nice job. Nice job.
Okay, putting on my harshest critique, trying to find a problem with this booth, I can't.
Grab
the
your helmet,
verticality is there. Sorry, what was that?
I said, grab your helmet, Andy.
No, I can't. I really can't. The verticality is there. It draws the eye. There's not too much glow. If I'm across the entire other end of the hall, all of the text and the visual effects hold up. The text on the banner doesn't distract. Literally, the only feedback I can give is subtitles for the dude on the barrel. It really is that fantastic. It's almost gutting to me how well that booth is executed.
I got to say also the rotating lights on the banner, they work really well for grabbing your attention, and they scale like with distance.
Yeah,
like I'm walking very far away, you're getting the same effect, and it really grabs your eye.
Yeah.
I love it. I think Shaz is entertaining enough that I can risk trying to slip away for 60 seconds while you talk about it.
Yeah, okay, so the Shaz booth, it's a bit disappointing that the top banner breaks down at a distance. It's a little bit disappointing. But I love, and it's the only booth I have seen in the entire convention that has the marquee effect on the banner. I wish more had done that. The Shaz character on the top, super strong. Going into the booth design is very consistent with the vision and the trailer. I love the trailer, by the way, really fantastic. But then when you go on to here, the fact that I can play the game inside of the booth is just a level of excellence I did not expect. It's even got a bit of voiceover. There is just it's the HDMI 3 touch at the top left is a lovely little touch. I think it does use control sensors. I think it breaks that rule, as it were. It does use control sensors. There's been multiple booths, frankly, that have used control sensors. So it doesn't seem like that rule's been particularly followed. Oh dear, did you see? Shaz has been destroyed off the edge. I think I've glitched Shaz out. Oh dear. And there's no way for me to reset that. But it is fantastic booth. Really...
Shaz.
Yeah, I glitched Shaz out. I squished Shaz to death. But I mean, what else does an Australian deserve, right?
I've seen Shaz pop out of the screen a couple times.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. I love the whole project. I think the booth is very in keeping with the project. The only negative critique I can give is that the banner doesn't hold up at a distance. It fades and breaks down at a distance. But really, I'm reaching for straws at this point on the Shaz booth. Anything you want to add on Shaz?
Boy. I mean, it was the first in-booth game that I saw. And yeah, and knocked me over because of that. Like, was not expecting it, and here it is in the first hall. I'm playing a game in a booth. Just for that reason, I'm never going to forget Shaz.
Yeah, no. Really, really potent. The music room, really strong presentation. I love the brickwork. I love the signage. Normally I'd be quite negative on the outline, and it does break down at a distance for the banner. But the visual design of the booth itself, really, really strong. The guitars work. Before I even walk into the booth, I know it's about music. It's a really pleasant booth. I want to walk into the guitar. I want to start taking lessons. Yeah, what do you have to add to this?
A giant guitar is gonna get my attention. So this one at Reikio's, I really like that about him. It feels like a 90s sitcom might take place here. Like this kids hang out in Saved by the Bell, or something like that. And I like that about it. I think it's the sort of graffiti style of the music room in this way.
I think it's also the font, the way the font's drawn feels very 90s graffiti font.
Yeah. But it feels like a hangout too. Like this one really is, it's doing a lot of things right. You've got some merch or something up there, the records. You've got
I
a place
just
to chill
noticed
out.
the
Really
guitar
inviting
strings. Have you looked at the guitar strings? The guitar strings become the light
I didn't.
strings.
Until you pointed it out. I was wondering.
Look up.
That's
Yeah.
a neat touch. Oh, there's monitors hanging from the ceiling too. Well, that's very 90s. Oh no, those are speakers. Never mind. I thought those were TV monitors up there.
Yeah.
Like it's an old CRT hanging from the ceiling. Maybe we are going for into the 90s here.
So good. So, I mean, normally we've only been picking out a few, but this last floor has got so many strong ones. I feel like we have to comment on every booth.
Oh yeah.
I will say, Bivson's the snowball booth, really strong booth overall. The graphics on the banner really hold up even at a distance. The booth generally has a strong story to tell. The snow really helps. The little projector really helps. The fact he's put the socials on a board, he's got his Discord, he's got his Spotify, he's got his Twitter up. Really, really useful. The snowball trailer is really appealing. It's good. It's really good.
Oh, and I didn't notice that Bo is here with a little and has a little life in him. Has some nice idle animation.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of an idol.
Yeah, it's a really solid one. The flicker on the screen works really well too. What they're doing there, but it works great.
Yeah. But I think one of my favorite things is this banner here with the socials on, because of the moment you pull away from it, it doesn't distract because the font is small enough. But when you're close enough, everything on it is readable.
Yeah.
So, Destination Unknown. I love the bamboo poles. The bamboo poles work really well. The banner works really well. It fades a little bit in the distance, but it still holds up. I dislike the repetition of the front and back banner. We've mentioned that before. It's somewhat weak. The soundscape, really good.
If you removed all the text from the back banner, removed one of the names from the front banner, like the whole thing would get stronger.
That is a good shout. But yeah, it's
that's double.
it's really it's an interesting booth. It intrigues me. And then probably my favorite on this floor, I'd have to say, other than the Team Pig Detective, is the Europa Descent. The use of the fog gadget as you come in and it reveals itself is just so potent. Like,
I'm trying really. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go.
I'm trying very hard to focus on the booth for this one because the demo that it links to was. I mean, it felt like the booth and the demo were one thing, kind of like the Pig Detective booth. You know, it's one experience that. And when I went into the demo, I felt like I was still at the convention. One of those. Have you seen the demo yet?
I saw you go through the demo. I haven't gone through it myself personally. Separating myself out from the demo, this booth would definitely get me to play the demo. The only negative I would say is the call to action on the demo, because you have to walk up to the pedestal in the middle, isn't super strong. You could miss it. Also, the fact that there's no socials is a bit disappointing. But the booth itself, the sculpted 3D text, the fog effect is so potent. The fact that when you walk back and it's this black darkness, and then you walk up to it, no one else did that. Absolutely no one else. The entire convention did that.
Every time I see this thing from a distance and walk towards it wows me every single time. I think a lot of people were nervous to do something like that because they were nervous that having a trigger zone that extended outside your booth would be against the rules. I think you would have seen more booths that like reacted to you from before you got to them if people weren't worried about that.
Yeah. Clarity of rules is one of these things.
For me, I agree with most of what you said. And then this thing on the right here seems like the perfect opportunity to drop your info. Like, you know, keep this style. Okay. So I didn't realize this thing actually has relevant information on it. I thought it was just sort of a prop showing sci-fi-ish things.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's actually cycling through info. But I bet comms is socials, and like, how would we ever know unless we stand here?
I think also Falkrich mentions maybe having some holograms on the on the gems to pull you into the play. I think that might be a good addition. Yeah. I mean, so Milo, you laugh about the no socials, but speaking as someone who goes to conventions and who tries to drive traffic to your things, it's really important if you're spending more than 20 hours on a creation that you guys take the time to make a trailer for YouTube, to promote on Twitter, to promote on Reddit, wherever you need to promote a thing. And I know the Mad Graphics guys have been working on this since beta. And they've got a YouTube channel that posts really good stuff. You know, you need to... Whenever you do something, it doesn't matter if it's in Dreams, it doesn't matter whether it's a book you're working on, a comic, a game, anything. You need to slice out a portion of your time for promoting that amazing thing you're making. That's what it comes down to. So that's why I'm talking about socials. It's just because that's the thing that you drive. If your socials is literally a website you want to point people to, like, you know, europadescent.com, do that. It doesn't have to be social media. It just has to be a point of contact that you know you can hook the customer into and you can keep them engaged with your thing.
I know that I personally, as a person who follows Dreams closely, has been aware of this project for a long time. Like I think after Neon the Coder showed the trailer at that I don't know, a few months ago, I went looking for more info, and it was hard to find info about it. And it was hard to find from the trailer whether, could I find that in Dreams? Can I have it, like, how do I? And this is such an ambitious project. I want to see it get more eyes as well. Like, their YouTube should be blowing up along with Bad Robos, right?
Yeah.
Bad Robos doing amazing stuff on YouTube, and they've got just as much to work with.
Now, it could be argued that it's partly Dreams' fault in that Dreams should give you a better place to show off your stuff. However, you shouldn't be just dependent on us. I know that sounds ridiculous to say, but you should just have, like, this is the central point. Like, I don't care if it's Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, your personal website, wherever you want to do it. You want, whenever you're making a big project like this, you want people to think, where's the one place I go to get the latest info on this thing? For instance, for you, Keld, what's your primary place? Would you say that's Twitch, or would you say Twitter, or where would you say is your primary place?
I'd say right now, it's Twitch is the place I want someone to go if they're only going one place. But I'm working on a website and
Curious.
making that the funnel.
Have you done a Twitch offline trailer yet?
A Twitch off? No, not yet. Not yet. It's all to do.
So if Twitch is your primary place, I'd say, you know, that's a definite. That needs to be done.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm just peeking at your about at the moment. Okay. Have you set up your schedule?
I have. I don't believe I updated the descriptions for this week.
Yeah. Well, no, it's cool. It's cool. That's good. It's good. Anyway, we've come to the end.
That's a pretty good critique for today.
We have.
The end.
Yeah, for Twitch, you can now have an offline trailer. It's a new feature that they've been telling creators about for months, but they've literally just launched. I've been too busy to finish mine. Let's just stay in Hall 1 for now, and let's go through it. Let me bring up
this question really quick. He said, "What's the turnover rate though for socials listed in a booth like this?" I'm just giving you my personal experience. I know that there were 2, maybe 3 times that I walked through every booth, and I did actually go out to things like, "Oh, here's a person who says they stream on Twitch. Their work looks interesting, and I've never met them." And I went and gave. Or there was a YouTube channel I subscribed to because they had the link and their work looked interesting and I didn't know them. So I mean, it definitely, there's some conversion.
So there's another way to phrase that question, by the way, a better, more positive way to phrase that question. So if we look at the Dreamscom, sorry, brains, I'm just looking for it. If we look at the Dreamscom show floor, The stats on the Dreamscom show floor is it's been played 14,000 times by 5,000 dreamers. Okay? Taking those numbers at face value, excluding things like streamers and YouTube videos that have been generated from these, of which there are many, because many people have been generating social media activity from this event. If 1% of those saw your thing and followed up on it, that is still 50 more follows. Or, well, in this case, if you go by views, that's still 140 more follows or people who are on your thing. And that's 1% conversion rate. So yeah, even at a 1%, you know, it's worth your effort.
Yeah. And that's just the people the past few days. I mean, this convention won't go away. I imagine there'll be people curious to see it a month from now, 2 months from now.
And it doesn't need to be obnoxious. It doesn't need to be in big bold. It doesn't need as much attention. It just needs a mention in your booth somewhere, a subtle mention of, here's the place to go to follow me.
Very important point.
Okay, so just going back into our chat when we're not bitching about OBS setup, let's go through some award ideas. Working on some of the sillier ones first. I want to say, impromptu, if I was to say best sculpted text in a booth, I am torn between Ed's booth and the Toya booth. What are your thoughts?
I like the Toya. I don't know, they managed to pull off, like, Ed has that great shading, and it's amazing. But the Toya managed to pull off that outline on top of the sculpted text. That
Hard to do.
every time I see it, it grabs my eye. Like, every time I see it.
I agree. I'd say Toya, from both of us it sounds like, gets the best award for sculpted text in a booth.
Like, best sculpted text.
Best sculpted text. So, oh god. So I'm trying to get Discord up and trying to get things up.
Category for dreams.
Right. What would you say was the best interaction in a booth?
Looking at my list.
So I have definitely Chaz, and I have the Remind booth for that. Also the Human booth, with the building the robot.
I think Human is really good, but I think the two you named are the two contenders. Shaz and Rima, they're so different. They're so different. I don't know. The Remind booth is so slick. Like, that curtain is so nice. The presentation is slick. It's hard to compare to Shaz that isn't trying to be slick.
I personally think I'd go for Remind because of the curtain unveil.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go with Shaz because you gave it to Remind, because I know Remind is getting recognized. So I'm splitting.
You're splitting.
I'm going all Shaz.
Fair enough.
For best interaction. All
Which,
Shaz
in terms of the best visual design of a booth, so best graphic design of a booth, what would you go with?
Graphic design? Are you talking more like specifically the sort of graphic
Not
design
necessarily
element?
the most beautiful, which is the most beautiful is another thing we'd come to, but the best designed booth from a visual design point of view.
I gotta go Magma.
I'd probably go Magma as well on that.
Like, yeah. The only thing Magma didn't do, right? I mean, like, my only criticism in Magma's booth was, if I want to find you, where do I find you?
That is true.
Like,
that is
and
true.
social. Like,
Magnus
that was the only
had
thing.
no socials on his booth. That was a critique. I want to kind of say Pip Jamwalker and Pig Detective honorable mentions on that. Digital Thing, also a strong honorable mention on that. And Star Gemini and Europod Descent all did really well in that category. Snow gardens as well. It's tough. That's really, really tough. What would you
It is
say?
really tough. It's just when I think about, I don't know, when I see the booth, the impact it has on me, like the moment I see it, I think Magma's has
Sure.
has wowed me every time.
What would you say is the most surprising booth we came across?
Surprising. It's hard to separate the booths from the demos sometimes on these.
So you know what you know what's top of my list for the most surprising booth? Dreams Central. The jump pads, the train, just all of the elements in it, I didn't expect.
Yeah. That one was really nice. I'm trying to look at what. Oh, you know what? If you're giving it to Dream Central, I'm glad that we walked over. We just covered all that. I want to give it to the Colony.
The
For the
Colony.
most surprising booth. Yeah, I'm taking the surprise a slightly different way. That is the only booth that managed to startle me.
Ah, okay, that's
Like,
fair enough.
Literally, that booth startled me and
I mean,
made me jump.
I'm tempted to give Enel's booth an honorable mention here because it was behind a door and the contents of it surprised me in that it was a welcoming experience to go into. So I want to give it an honorable mention there.
That one was definitely a surprise too. The reveal was really good.
Entropy Tamed also had a very good reveal with the library turning into the portal. It's a strong honorable mention there.
Really, really good one. There's just so many amazing ones on this list.
There are so many. So in terms of the the next one was the best not the best interaction. We did that. The best puppet interaction. So the best physical interaction on the booth. For that, I had Dream Central for the bounce pads, but I also had Alpine for the ramp, and there was one other. I've lost it now, but the one that had the beer garden on the roof.
I believe. Wait, what was the name of that one?
I'm trying to look at it on my scribbles and I can't find it.
Was it Phoenix? I wrote Best Stairs after Phoenix.
Ah, yes,
I
Phoenix.
believe that's the one. That's the one we're talking about.
I mean, I think we have to give Phoenix best stairs regardless.
Yes. Best loft?
Yeah, best
Best
loft.
stairs and loft?
Yeah. But in terms of like best interaction, I love the bounce pads in Dream Central. Best puppet interaction, sorry. I love the bounce pads in Dream Central and I love the ramp in Alpine.
Yeah, I quite like those two. Dream Central was that one was surprising. Like the bounce pad, the train, there was like all these little delightful things that weren't that visible from far away.
In terms of best animation, who would you give it to? I've got Human up for this, the parkour booth, and the tavern.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that parkour booth every time animation comes up. I think the parkour booth was one of the most surprising to me. Like the animation in it really delighted me. That there is a person running around this booth, like doing a thing.
Remind me, what was the animation in Piece of Craft?
Oh yeah.
What was that animation?
It was a T-Rex, a spider.
Oh God, yes, that so deserves at least a mention. I can't believe I forgot that one. I think it was one of the first booths we saw.
I'm gonna steal that. Like if we're talking about animation.
Do you know what? I'd probably give animation to Piece of Craft as well.
Yeah. Thanks
Yeah.
for the reminder.
Yeah, no, thank you, chat. I think it's because one of the first booths we saw. I'm going to
Only
interject.
4 hours and
There's no
change.
contestants for this award. There's only one winner, and it's because he always loses. Biggest ego to Casey Jones.
Biggest ego to Casey Jones. I think the only thing more appropriate than giving Casey that award is giving it to him twice. So, get one from me too. Maybe that will satisfy his ego. It won't.
There you go. He won something.
Yeah.
The prettiest.
Oh, so many of these.
Oh, sorry, no. Before we go on to the prettiest one, the funniest booth. The funniest booth. I've got the cheese race booth. The touch me booth, and what was the other one? Yeah, those were the only ones I had for funny.
I think the booth that genuinely just got the most laughter out of me the first time I saw it was the Bald Wizard booth. I really think it was. The song is like there's just enough effort into it to make it feel like it's a throwaway.
Okay.
Like it's not trying too hard, but it embraces what it is. And I stayed and I listened and I laughed. I laughed over and over again. Like it's also just it's such a personal touch to hear a person singing to me, when I walk in. That
No, that's fair.
As far as the booth contents, that was what made me laugh the most.
That's fair. So you'd give it to Bald Wizard, and I'd probably give it to Cheese Racer.
Cheese Racer is delightful.
In terms of best branding, I only have one on my list for this, and that's Ooh Dorian Ooh.
Yeah. In terms of branding, I think Piece of Craft did a nice job branding. Like got the logo and
And to be honest, Magma also did a piece of good branding with his iconography.
Yeah. Yep. I think the fact that Dorian took his branding, which is already good, and then expanded on it and created fiction around his branding was a really nice move.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I think so
I'm gonna go with
You gonna go with?
Goes to Dorian.
Dorian, yeah. I'd give it to Dorian, yeah. Okay, here's a tough one. What was the most beautiful booth?
Could be the toughest one. Well, what else do we have that's about aesthetics? Are we doing eye-catching?
Oh yeah, sorry. Before we do most beautiful, let's do most eye-catching. For most eye-catching, I have Pip Gemwalker, Pig Detective, Magma, Star Gemini, and Digital Thing. Oh, and Ed's booth.
I think. Oh, Ed's booth is so good. I think for eye-catching, I have to give it to Europa, to the Mad Graphics team. I'm totally biased towards science fiction. But I love how the scale of everything, all the letters are supported by poles. It feels like I can see the crates that were wheeled into Dreamscom that you took this booth out of. On top of that, it just being beautiful and slick and yeah. To me, that one might be the most. That one is the most eye-catching.
For me, it's probably Star Gemini.
Star Gemini was the one with the spaceship, right?
One with the spaceship with a little bit of hover, the clear font. It was just so poof in your face. I mean, Ed for me is a strong honorable mention, as is every other booth I mentioned. Yeah, but Star Gemini just really stands out in my mind.
Yeah, that one was very nice. Very strong presentation.
So in terms of most beautiful
The
booth,
text on the front and back. I mean, it wasn't the banner, but
most
did it nicely.
Yeah, most beautiful booth. It's tough. I could give so many honorable mentions for this. Rabbit and Boy, Goblin Tavern, the sorry, going through them a few, just trying to miss. Lost Peaks, Entropy Tamed. There's so many on this list for this. Who are yours for the most beautiful?
Entropy comes to mind. I really like the Pig Detective. Just there's a lot there, but it's all so focused and inviting and consistent, and it just tells a story before you even get there.
Also, the lounge.
Lounge, yeah. I'm happy to give that one chillest booth. I mean, it certainly is.
Actually, yeah, I'll fully agree with you on a tangent there. The lounge gets chillest booth for sure. For sure.
I want to give the lounge chillest booth so I can give most beautiful booth to someone else.
I think Lost Peaks
Because I don't know the person
probably
who made the lounge.
Lost Peaks probably takes my award for most beautiful booth.
You said Lost Peaks. Is that Emberg's?
Yes, Emberg's.
I was feeling like that was in this hall. That must have been the previous one.
It was, I think, in room 2.
You know, I think I'm gonna go with Pig Detective.
Pig Detective?
Totally biased, and I couldn't be more biased, but just in terms of overall like booth presentation. Most beautiful booth. I don't know. I'm questioning everything at this point. We've seen so many booths that I'm going to. That I'm having a tough time at this point.
Well, yeah, no, the lounge was lovely, by the way, Minch. Well done on that. The lounge, if we had multiplayer in, would be the booth I would chill out in with other people, like for sure.
Are we meeting at the lounge, or are we gonna go to the Phoenix Loft and see the best stairs?
Do you know, for me, the lounge would be where I went. Do you know, the appeal of the Phoenix Loft would be to watch people walking by.
Yeah.
But the lounge would be to sit with friends and talk. Okay, one other award I want to give out is What the Fuck with the Thermo, or Breaking the Thermometer. And for me, that has one well ahead of all the others. For me, is an obvious one, which is the Goblin Tavern. The Goblin Tavern, just how the hell did they fit that all into the thermometer? I still don't know.
It's an impressive one. A lot of reuse of sculpts. I'm looking at my list.
2 animated characters in the tavern. 2 separately animated characters.
I'm looking at my list, and I'm trying to think. None of the ones I wrote down were really. None of the other ones I could think of. Really wrecked my brain with the thermo. You know what? CG Cody. Okay. I got to give it to the CG Cody, because to accomplish that effect.
That was the one with the hover car?
Thermal limits. Yeah.
That was
I don't even know if I wrote it down.
That was impressive.
That one definitely made me think thermo.
Yeah. So, unless you can think of any other fun ones to give out, we get to best booth. Can you think of any other fun ones to give out?
Best booth, huh? I mean, I want to sit here and make up awards for the next hour for all the ones on my list just to recognize them again.
Okay. How about best Easter egg? How about best Easter egg?
Now I'm questioning my. Okay, here. Let me be honest. I'm questioning my most beautiful, because I want to give. Oh boy. No, so this is the bad part about doing it live. See, if you ever do this with me again, you got to force me to pick winners beforehand.
No. Doing it live is all great. See, chat can like call you out and stuff. It's great. For me,
Okay.
best Easter egg. Andy mentioned the Pig Detective plushie in Ed's booth. I'd also mention Slurm's booth. The To the Top had some lovely Easter eggs, and Rabbit and the Boy had a really good Easter egg. If I had to pick from any of those, for me personally, best Easter egg would go to Slurm's for the To the Top booth.
I gotta go with Ed.
Ed for hiding the
Ed.
Pig Detective.
Yeah, I mean he hid it in plain sight, and
Mm-hmm.
it's an Easter egg. That even if you see it, you might not understand what it's telling you. I like it.
It's good. It's good.
I want to. No, go ahead. Is it best booth time?
Unless you can think of any others you want to give out.
Well, I had most well hidden Easter egg for Rabbit and Boy because I didn't find it. So, just an honorable mention for you there.
I definitely deserve an honorable mention.
No, I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I think.
So best
I'm ready.
booth, for me, my options for best booth are Star Gemini, Europa Descent, Lost Peaks, Toya, Ed's booth, the Mad Graphics booth, Dream Central, Digital Thing, Magma, Pip Jam Walker, and Pig Detective and Shaz. It's a long list, but those are my lists. That's my list at the moment for best booth. Every one of those is a contender.
I felt like I had Magma at the top of my list just for everything. The Entropy booth is just so complete and nice and tells such a good story. But I think I'm gonna flip the script here. And I am going to change my most beautiful booth.
Okay, what's your most beautiful booth?
Two Entropies. I'm going with Entropies.
I'm strongly sticking with Lost Peaks. I think Lost Peaks is head and shoulders.
I loved Lost Peaks, and I like the Sooty Pinions one a lot. That's one that just stuck in my head as being really beautiful. Yeah. But you know what? I think that library was gorgeous, and the little bit of extra something added a lot to it.
It did have a wow factor.
Yeah. So I'm revising beautiful booth. And
Okay.
maybe you already guessed that, because I'm going to give my very very biased award to the Pig Detective booth.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I think Pig Detective does get best booth. The fact that I cannot find anything to fault Pig Detective on, other than potentially adding subtitles, they have a killer booth. They deserve it.
And I don't want to weigh in the content past the booth, but damn, it's hard not to. It's really hard not to when it's tied directly to the booth.
Yeah, no. Pig Detective...
Like, anyone made something like the presentation, the demo, that was tied directly to the booth. I felt like it strengthened both of them immensely.
I have to admit, my bias is I don't want to give it to Pig Detective, because Pig Detective gets so much love in the Dreamverse and so much attention, but at the same time, when you're that good, I can't not give it to them.
Yeah, Pig Detective there's no lack of love for Pig Detective, that is for sure.
Yeah, but I mean,
You've got to be careful about that.
I will say Pig Detective gets best booth, but I will say in contention for that for me, and these all get strong honorable mentions: Star Gemini, Europa Descent, Lost Peaks, Pip Gem Walker, Shaz, Magma, Enel, Mad Graphics, Ed, Toya, Dream Central, Digital Thing. You're all circled in my contention for best booth. You're right up there for me, and all really strong. Some other ones I didn't mention that we talked about some of them. I just want to see if there's some we didn't mention. Macaroni Mayhem caught my eye. Snow Gardens, Pro Skater caught my eye. Club 128K caught my eye. Touch Me, Scary Biscuit, Cyberspace, and Inenda. Ienda. So many booths, over 300 of them. But we gave out some awards. We picked some picks.
We did. We did. We got there. I think you named all the ones I wanted to name. So much good stuff. And you know me. I want to give everyone an award.
Yeah. So, Dreamscom, for me, it feels like this Friday is really like the shutdown day for Dreamscom. Like, obviously, official content for Dreamscom's kind of stopped. The floor's not going anywhere. It's a permanent space. I don't know when we're going to cycle out the banner, but it's there. But for me, it kind of feels like Dreamscom's kind of shutting down.
It's bittersweet, ain't it? But it's nice that we can come back anytime we want.
Yeah.
And we took pictures.
It's all there.
We made friends.
Yeah. And in terms of participation award, Jace, for instance, we did make a note of I have a note of your booth here. It was a good booth. It was a really strong booth. Also, there is a map that has every single person's booth on listed, so you're forever memorialized in the first Dreamscom.
Is that posted?
Yeah.
I noticed, or I heard there would be a directory.
It was posted on Twitter. I'll post it into your chat and to mine.
Oh, on Twitter. Oh,
yeah, it was posted onto Twitter, but there's the link to the high-res image.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Yeah. And it also says whether or not the particular booth had a demo or a trailer or whatever. So, permanently immortalized then.
I want to get this printed in a poster and put on the wall. I kind of really do.
Yeah, like an A1 or A0 size poster. I think it would work quite nicely. It is a nice souvenir. It's like a band T-shirt where they've got all the tour gig venues.
Dreamscom shirt, please.
Yeah.
Love that they added an icon for booths with a panel, says Andy. Yeah, that's great.
It's
I
good.
can't believe how much there's still here that I haven't seen. Like walking through a third time today, I saw so many booths I wanted to press X in because I still haven't seen what they have to offer. So many.
Yeah,
like
no,
how
it's
much good stuff have I not even seen yet.
It's been an experience. I mean, we've been streaming for 5 hours now. I've gone through.
Neither of us saw that coming.
Oh yeah, I know. I've gone through half a bottle of rum.
And I'm ready to start drinking.
Oh dear.
Time.
Yeah. Any questions from chat? Keld, anything you want to say before we wrap up or chat about anything?
Anything someone has said over the past 5 hours while I've been ignoring you that you'd like to repeat again? No, it's been lovely. And
it has been lovely.
Yeah, I think what I really want to say is I want to send a nice note to Jamie and to Tom and to Abby and
they work so hard. They work so hard.
Like, I mean, it's a pretty small team to put together a ridiculously massive event like this.
While doing other things.
Cheers to all of them. Boops for everyone.
Yeah. No, they definitely deserve it. They've done an amazing job. And also cheers to the community, because, I mean, none of this would have happened without all the stuff that you guys put in. There is, collectively, if I went and I could write a Lua script and scan through it, be curious, and count up the edit hours for all of the dream booths, there's a lot of time invested in this event.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
It would have been a short walk.
It would have been very... Do you know, I don't think anyone expected 300 booths. Yeah. And it's interesting. It is very, very interesting. and we'll go from there. That being said, Keld, I've loved doing this with you. It kind of makes me want to do more stuff with community members and more co-streams and more stuff, because this has been a blast. This has been a real blast.
Yeah. This is the first time I've done anything of the sort. First time I've streamed this way. It was a lot of fun, and I'll be better at not talking over people next time. It's get used to owning all the bandwidth yourself, you know?
Well, you're so trained to make sure that dead air is filled.
Exactly. And we do it all alone.
Yeah.
But, well, I'm waving at you on my monitor.
Yeah, no, I can see. Like, you know what it kind of makes me want to do? It kind of makes me want to do one of those 3-panel or whatever, like those multi-panel shows on Twitch where we get like a few dream streamers together. Kind of makes me want to do that on a semi-regular basis.
I have been told I should do a podcast, and I have considered doing a podcast. Maybe that is something we should talk about.
We should talk about that sometime. Not now. Not on stream.
Nope.
But
There's exhausted.
yeah, I like the idea of doing more stuff like this.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, for all of those, I'm gonna. Keld, are you gonna continue to stream? Because then I can just host you, or
At least for a bit. I'm not sure exactly what my plan is, but I'm gonna stay on for a bit, and at least land the plane, if nothing else.
Right. In which case, I'm going to send the raid in your direction because my rum is drunk. It's what is the time? It is 1 o'clock in the morning here. So it's very much time for me to go to bed. So I'm going to push the raid now. Night night, everyone. It's been fun. We gave out the awards, and I had a blast. Ta-ta.
Good night, Kamal.